Hello, all, and welcome. We have another exciting episode for you tonight. We're getting a lot of very positive feedback when we have Witan Svan on here. He brings a wealth of knowledge and of wisdom to the table when he comes on here and talks with us. And once again, it's a pleasure to have him with us tonight as we discuss Asatru. Um, so trying to think if there's any top of the broadcast things we should bring up before we start. I suppose there is a couple. So tonight we are for the first time being broadcast on a couple new platforms simultaneously. We've got our producer Nick working on that for us. We are, I believe, on Odyssey. I know we're on Odyssey, Twitter, Entropy. And we're on one other that is escaping me that I'm sure Nick will throw up. It's okay. It's my first time tonight, and I only found out about 10 minutes ago we were on this platform tonight, so it's going to be good. Yeah, he's putting up the links now. If you guys want to participate in Super Chat or you guys want to throw us some tips. Oh, there we go. The other one's VK that we're on tonight. So if you want to throw us some tips, please go ahead and get on Entropy, and you can do that. Those are always very much appreciated. I suppose I will start out with this, a shameless plug for some dollars up top, because we're making serious advancements on getting Sigerheim. We are ready to make a purchase and make that happen. I've already asked a lot of folks to contribute on helping out, and in just a couple of days, we've already raised about 7% of our down payment that we need to get. So, I mentioned this figure before, but if every member of the AFA were to donate $41, we'd have that down payment in hand. Things are looking good, but we do need your guys' help. So, as always, your generosity is much appreciated. With that, and I suppose without further ado, Witan Svan, would you like to give us a brief rundown on what folks that might be a little bit less familiar than others need to know about Thor and his place in our holy pantheon?
Yeah. Well, first off, I think too, I got comments now on my screen. I don't think that was, people realized that wasn't huge on my end. So now I can actually see some of the comments and see some of the people coming in. And I just wanted to say hi to everybody. It's really awesome to see everybody saying, hello to everyone and getting to see people's names and link to the questions and stuff like that. So it's really, really nice to see. And I think the folks at home don't realize that like our show is really organic, naturally based. We don't really have a sit down or anything like this. It's kind of like a brief, hey, we're doing this. You ready? We're ready. And then we just go, and it's kind of organic that way. So I think it's really fun in that regards. So when we're talking about Thor, one of the most poignant things that I would say is the clarity in which Thor relates to humanity is one of the most beneficial, powerful, wonderful things about Thor. That and anybody that's coming into the faith can immediately attest to, or can immediately start to have a feeling towards. There's a reason why Mjolnir is our symbol. It has a strong and poignant anchoring. There's a reason why it's on every temple at the Hoff, a symbol on every sign at the Hoff. I think that's really important that we always continue to bring about the base of our faith around he who is the most clarified of the tripartite. He is the striker in every European, Proto-Indo-European, Aryan tradition of branches. The striker is clear, clean, and bold, bright, shining, strong. There's no mincing words about him. I think that the only mystery behind the strikers that a lot of people have a tendency to confuse him as, especially in the stories. Now, bear in mind, I'm not talking about Thor in any sort of I'm not trying to be unpious. What I'm really going for is the stories are stories of how our ancestors and how the ancient stories were related, and they have changed over time. So when we see certain things of like the late Nordic period, we can see Thor in relation to the way our ancestors saw him. But Thor is not in stasis in the Eddas. He's not in stasis in the stories. He's a very dynamic god, or what I would call the catalytic god. He's the god that really breaks through thresholds. He's the god that once he gets involved, everything starts rolling. He ruptures the barriers. He breaks things down so that everything can flow again. And so, you know, if you're dealing with a lot of personal issues in your life, I think garnering from the stories, looking at him in that lens when you're reading the stories can kind of inspire you to also become a catalytic switch in your own life, that you can cut through, break through barriers. And the only way you can do that, and the only way you can really kind of go against the tide of flow of weird or of Orlaw, is to do drastic action. So he, in a way, represents, I think, divine will. He is the will of the gods. And in a way, like us, our soul is going in through the tide of weird and through Orlaw. What you have to do in order to break the cycle, to really start anew, is to willfully project yourself into something. Throw yourself in wholeheartedly, wholeheadedly, with all your might, and stand up in a moment, even sometimes against yourself. And you can then begin to grow. And if you are blessed by him, he will allow that path to be seen. You'll make it. You'll have to make it. He's not gonna make it for you. But once you do see that path, you know at that time the strength that that he's with you, that he is pushing forward with you, and he wants to see you succeed. And I think that's one of the biggest powers that comes from him. So if you're a new beginner and you've come back to the faith of your people, and you want to really start to tackle the divine, because I often tell people, like, the first thing that they should do is really start to understand about giving bloat to your ancestors, giving bloodings to your ancestors and to the land spirits, because they're directly around you and connected to you. But when you really start to wrap your head around how the gods play in the world, and we might have preconceived notions from other religions, or just the lack of clarity on things, sometimes the best start is to kick literally everything right straight down the middle. Go straight for the throat. And Thor, Donner, Thunaraz, he is the catalyst that breaks that makes the gateway. And so I would say, like, in learning to pray, it's about asking him to bear witness to the moment, and then throwing yourself in completely and wholeheartedly. And I know it's kind of a weird thing. I'm not coming from a lore angle. Lore is good. Lore is fine, and it's wonderful, and it has lots of value. And I would even say eternal seeds that were planted by the gods themselves for us to find again and to work through. But when we're talking about real tangible faith, Thor is one of the closest gods that you can physically see. When he shows up in storm, when he's there, you can feel him in the air. As the air literally ionizes, you can feel him there. And it isn't very hard for a person who's new to suddenly just cross over that threshold. Wow, I'm dealing with a real willful being that's not biological in the way that I know it, but he's here, and I know he's here. I can feel him. That has a tendency to throw people off, and sometimes in a good way. Again, catalyst throws them off, changes things up, and then all of a sudden they grow. So if you're new to the faith, the first house that I would recommend you give gift to, give worship to, give piety to, and give exchange to would be Thor. 100%.
Thor is known as the friend of man and as the protector of Midgard. And I think in that sense, he really is one of the most approachable as far as if you're starting out to build that kind of, to start building that gift cycle and start building that relationship with. In the lore, when his eyes flash, he can be terrifying and, a frightful thing to behold, but also, he's a god that has a joviality about him, a sense of humor, and known, like I said, as the friend of man in that way. And I find that that's a lot of people's first interaction or first approach to Asatru is through a better understanding of Thor. And that was the case, certainly when I got involved in Asatru. I think that building relationship with Thor was the first Asa that I was able to build that with and grow from there. So I certainly think that's the case. A lot of stuff about Thor tonight. Again, so many of, especially the first gods that we're going to go through in this cycle are gods that people are generally familiar with. But we're very happy in the course of the broadcast to discuss, smaller elements or more obscure things or interesting questions. We'll kind of take the conversation wherever you guys want to take it. I'm going to go ahead and start hitting some of our questions here, but I
wanted to piggyback on something you just said, though, before we.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do a little prep and start researching, try to gather some things, and one of the things there was the Haiti of Thor, Djup Huger is how it's said, Djup Huger, and it means deep-souled or deep-minded, like not necessarily it's about being quick-witted, it's more about having ancient wisdom that is applicable in a way that is sometimes subtle. Like it's the understanding of, like, when you see someone who's very large, very big, you look at them and you automatically face value their strength. But what you don't account for sometimes is how deep-minded they are, how applicable wisdom they have, and that can make them extremely a formidable force. And I think that Haiti towards Thor really applies, is that the idea that he is filled with deep wisdom and applicable wisdom. So I wanted to share that because I found that one was kind of a off, and I hadn't run into it in a long time. So
I want us to get to your experiences with the mural, but we're going to hold on that just a second because I see one of the questions in the queue is about that. So let's start hitting a couple of these. Finn asks, do you think when lightning strikes something specific, that could be an act of Thor? What do you think, Svan?
So I would say first and foremost, I have usually taken it that way, yes. So I'll say that first. But that actually could be an argument or a debate. In some sense, our ancestors knew that when the striker strike things, it was a furious moment. And so they did not necessarily always see the strikes that he was, lamenting upon the forces of chaos in the sky as just being purposeful, but more like a thrashing out so that things could happen, fires could be started. And this is always seen in a lot of the lore stories, when Röskva and Thjalfi, when they first get taken into service by Thor, the idea that he's extremely hot-tempered and his eyes are glaring and his beard is bristled, and so there's always this sense of fury that's tempered by a cooling down and a love for the folk. So I think that this in the stories is really talking about the nature of and the power of lightning, or the power of storm, in the idea that our ancestors always viewed the striker as, you didn't want to stand in his way or be anywhere really around him when he was raging, because there was no control. And so with that, there is the argument to say that our ancestors saw and understood that when things were going crazy, it wasn't a personal vindictive slight against you. It was, considerable all the way around. It's the same as when he gains the whetstone under his helm. As he strikes Thrym, he hits the whetstone, and it goes under. It constantly agitates him, even to the point where Arundel's wife, he tells her, I brought him home. She leaves, and thus leaving the whetstone in his head. And so there's this constant state of agitation. And so I think that, again, is another emphasis on how, depending on the fury of the situation, it may not be willfully done. However, like what I said, is I do believe that it can be willfully done. I think that perhaps there is a sense of control in it as well. Because I've seen sometimes, I'm actually probably the only person I've ever known that has a friend that's been struck by lightning 3 times. He's not even Asatru. I met him in the Marine Corps, and I don't know if his name is JJ. I'll just say JJ, and he lives up in Montana. And I actually was there for one time when he was struck on a rifle range in Hawaii. Terrifying stuff, especially considering that there's not a lot of thunderstorms in Hawaii. So I've often wondered this as well. Could it be done personally? Could it be done willfully? Could it be done with intention? And I think I'm not going to say that gods can't do anything. So my go is, yes, it can be willful, and yes, it can be purposeful. But also, too, it can also be random. It could be furious. It could be an emanation of power that isn't necessarily linked to a purpose. And I think that's also important for us to understand, because the gods do act in the world, and there is weird from it. And I think that when Thor looses himself from heaven into the middle world, it's known that what's going to happen is going to cause Orlaw. So that's my answer on that one. It's kind of a political answer, a yes and a no, but I don't want to say that they can't do anything, because I don't know. I couldn't be that mouthpiece, but I do feel that I've seen instances where it seems purposeful, and then I've seen instances, and reading from the lore, where it seems to be that our ancestors knew in the wisdom that just don't be around, because it's going to get bad.
You mentioned that was kind of a political answer or whatever. The answers to a lot of these questions aren't clean, because life's not. There's so many variables in reality, and I think that we'd be doing a disservice if we were to pretend that there's only one right answer to any of these questions. There's so much overlap, and there's so much depth to our faith. And I think that's one of the rich things about it that add value and truth to it, is that we're honest in that. Our gods and their interplay with nature is fascinating, and I think we need a deeper understanding of our gods than just Thor equals lightning and thunder, Odin equals ravens. Like I've said on the
Right.
Odin and ravens thing, yes, Odin chooses ravens to communicate signs to people often. Ravens also exist and do raven stuff completely unrelated to the Allfather. Lightning and weather patterns and weather stuff happens.
Right.
That stuff happens regardless of Thor willing it to, because it's natural and it happens. But certainly, like Svan said, Thor, if he wants to, can direct lightning to hit something. I think there's plenty of times that has happened in the course of the history of our folk. But every lightning strike isn't a directed, a directed wrath of Thor, but some are. And that's the gray area that people aren't comfortable with, but it's true and it's real. Being able to determine those things is an art in and of itself, to be able to interpret when something is a meaningful synchronicity and when it's just natural stuff happening. And is it meaningful just because it speaks to you in a particular way, or is it meaningful from within to without, or is it meaningful from without to within? And I think that sometimes it's both of those things. Sometimes it's neither. Sometimes it's one or the other. But yeah, certainly could it be? Absolutely. I'd never rule out that possibility. I think that the idea of Thor and the storm, Thor and thunder, Thor and lightning, we need to not forget there is a literal relationship, but there's also a figurative and an illustrative relationship. The power and the directed might of the storm, that rumbling of thunder and that shockingly powerful crack of lightning, that strike that tears down and destroys and is one of the most powerful things in nature, that shows us the might that is Thor, the directed rage and wrath of that very powerful one of our gods. And that imagery is very important. And I think that the actual interaction with the phenomenon is important as well, but it's not an exact equation. Thor equals thunder and lightning is a poor understanding of a very deep and a very very profound God. And I think that if we simplify him just to that, we miss some of the point.
I did want to state too openly that Hrungnir in the whetstone, not Thrym. That is the theft of the hammer. I wanted to bring that up and say the list of his opponents is long, and so a lot of times we can very well get the stories confused, and so I just wanted to clarify it was Hrungnir that when he fought him, he struck the whetstone while he was standing on the shield, and that piece got in there. I think it is important to understand that when we were talking about mythos being coiled up, we were talking about how the gods represent themselves in multi-facets of existence. So Thor, or at least a fraction of his might, or a piece of him, or a willful part, or perhaps simply just the presence itself, can manifest in storm, is part of storm, but is not always simply just Thor in the clouds or in the cloud. I think that would be more of I would say like a mythological and a more of I would even say to a point where when we see our children, they really correlate with the direct notion that Thor is in the cloud, but they might not realize that it's more or less a reflection of the power of the god in his material place. And he has many places. So when he's interacting with the material world, it's often through the manifestation of storms. And again, the question is, what purpose do storms have? And really what storms have is about bringing equilibrium of pressure up and down. There's a too much of a tipping point. Something's going too far up or too low down into the area, and it needs to be re-equalized. And oftentimes what happens is that equalization process is beckoned with a storm. So, understanding that the gods have place in the physical world to be able to do things, but they also have an essence or a power that pervades in the physical world, and it may be acting on its own or it's an extension of the god, not necessarily with his will behind it, I think is important. And I really think that the gods do this through the well of earth. But, you know, getting into the concept of Thor not being in every storm is a part where people are a little apprehensive, and where they want everything to have meaning, much like the Etruscans. You know, that they felt like everything was absolutely done, you know, with purpose. And I think that the Romans talked about the Etruscans, you know, and the difference between them is that the Romans seem to have a concept that the will of the gods could be interplayed on the rolling of time, whereas the Etruscans felt like every single thing was intimately connected to the gods. And you know, I don't know to what, if there's folly in that. I mean, I think there is, in the sense that we'll take everything in understanding being so drastic omen. But like you said, ravens do things sometimes that aren't very, you know, delightful, or like something that you would think that Odin's sending you a message when you know, see them ripping apart trash or trying to survive and live. So
I was going to say, growing up in Alaska, where the ravens are very prominent, in the wintertime, you can't drive by a McDonald's without a murder of ravens hanging out at the dumpster, eating whatever they find in there. That's not necessarily them communicating from the Allfather. That's them being hungry and scavenging because they're scavengers. The storm is very often a chaotic force and a force of destruction to our ancestors. We're seeing the interplay between natural forces that are associated with the Jotnar versus their association with the gods is also a very fine line as well. But I'll tell you this, and for anybody that, you know, thinks I'm maybe being too cynical, every time I hear thunder, I feel it in my soul, and I say a little prayer of hail to Thor. So I mean, it's don't lose that wonder. Just
right.
Be critical in your thinking. If everything is a divine miracle of the gods communicating something to you, then the real ones get lost in the static. If everything's at volume 10, then there's no such thing as an exclamation. So some things have to be mundane in order for certain things to be sacred. If everything's sacred, then nothing's sacred.
Yeah, and I think our ancestors, the Teutonic mindset is to meet everything with a sense of measure, try to measure it, merit it, give it some pause. It's even talked about in the Havamal about not making these kind of like rash decisions on things. Trying to gain the scope of awareness is important. And again, you hit the nail on the head there. Is if everything is a message from the gods, then how can you divvy out from the din, if you will?
Well, Corey Jean donated $50 to us. Thank you so much. That is much appreciated. Says,
thank you.
Hi, it's Freyr Skoll. Very good stream. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Hope the rest of you guys are. And thank you so much for your donation. We really appreciate it. Also, another donation, $5 from Rowdy Dude. Hail the Aesir, hail the AFA. Happy to see Svan back again and enjoying the discussion on Thor. Well,
thank you so much.
We're very glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, it's going to be good tonight. Our next question comes from Real Gamer. I saw a picture of an AFA church and one of the flags caught my eye. It was the flag of the Northwest Imperative. Does the AFA have any relation to the NF? If so, that is wonderful to hear. So no, that's an obvious inspiration for some of our flags, specifically for folks in the Northwest. The AFA certainly has no overt connection to the Northwest Imperative or to the Northwest Front or to any of that. But I think that the idea certainly is inspirational to a lot of our folk and a lot of our members. And the folks that happen to be living in the Pacific Northwest have obviously, that's meaningful to them, and they've chosen to incorporate it I think 4 of our kindred flags so far. So obviously that connection resonates with folks, and I think that's, as deep as any actual connection to that movement goes. Maybe some of the individuals involved have a little bit more. I'm not certain. Katla asks, why do you think our ancestors chose to wear the Mjolnir rather than a symbol of the Allfather? What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
I just saw that Katla. Sorry, there's a song in Iceland from the Raven song, Katla and Nasin, and so I saw it and I was like, whoa. That is a great question. I think that first and foremost, it's understood that Thor is the culmination of 2 polaric forces. When we talk about the gods of order and we talk about the Aesir or the Asas as a whole, we see them as heavenly, filled with light, with fire, with air, with dominion, and with the idea of cosmic order, the creation of something that's different, and with the intention of building it within antagonistic forces to continue on beyond layers. So we see this overarching cosmic order. But what we also know is that from the gods, we also see natural law be brought under yoke, or, well, in reality, there was an exchange. There had to be a fight, and that fight was costly. But once those alignments were made, natural law and cosmic order joined forces to build the center. And I think that there is no other Asa that really exemplifies that union than the son of Vodun and Yorth, of the sky, of the wind, and of the earth, and of the water. These 2 forces come together, and I think that wasn't lost on our ancestors. Thor is the culmination of those deep, powerful parts coming together in alignment, and there is a literal union. And from that union, there is sprung the power of the divine that is coming from natural law and the earth, and coming from cosmic order and the sky. And it exemplifies in Thor. So Thor is the conduit. He is the catalyst. I've talked a lot about the thrones of power in which the gods, it seems culturally, Aryan groups have different thrones or different premises of thrones in which the gods seat themselves for them. But one of the things that really talks about the catalytic throne is that the conduit between the heavenly and the material. You don't see the striker as a chthonic figure. You never see the striker as some sort of figure that delves into the underworld or deals with the dead. In essence, he is always moving from the middle out and checking the edges. He's riding the edges of the middle world, and he's up above riding the edges of heaven. And so he's this conduit between the living man, the living soul of mankind and folk, and the gods themselves, and he moves in between those. So it's I don't think there's any loss in that. If we look at striker comparativenesses, like when you look at the Hellenics and they talk about Hercules is seen as half mortal, half godly, and for us, that comparison is not ever really made mortal. In essence, the natural law and the cosmic order are the sense of what is here in the material and what is also above, and he's in between that. So we never really take him into the material world, and that seems to be done even post-Christianity. But the striker being a representation of the gods themselves, the defense of the gods, things hinge on his ability to move from heaven into earth, and his correlation of keeping the forces of chaos at bay in this world, and allowing us to keep stasis. I talk about that a little bit when we were referring to ice ages, and we were talking about how we saw weather patterns and the the ups and downs, extremes ups and extreme downs of our weather patterns up until about the first and second ice age, and then all of a sudden it equalizes out. And I think that if we were to look at kind of a sense of when Thor really starts to calibrate the earth is right around there. And we notice that even though we think our weather is erratic and constantly changing, it's dreadfully still comparative to before then. So I think that our ancestors saw Thor as a warder and a protector and a conduit between the earth and heaven. So when they had the hammer coming out, I think it was probably already established beforehand with Bronze Age axes or axe-style amulets and things. But when there was an actual outside force coming in via Rome or in the Middle East and Christianity itself, and the antagonistic nature of that religion culturally attacking, the hammer became an equivalency to the cross, and it was known where you stood. Lines were being drawn. And, we have molds where it shows where crosses and hammers were being made often by the same people. And that, I guess telling in the opportunistic nature of the time. But, we have this clear distinction between the people that follow the old way, the Thorn said, and the other, and that are true to the Ausa. And then there are those who are not, who are turning against their ancestors, who are turning against their people, who are backing with the side of then, the money of the Frankish Roman church. So I think that that's one of the reasons why they chose the hammer as a symbol of it, because it means standing up against antagonism. It means courage. It means moving forward, not backing down. And I think that the hammer exemplifies that, and it exemplified that for our ancestors as well. Because that's really when the hammer truly took off. I think it was there before, but it really took off once our ancestors realized there was a force coming in that was going to destabilize things and really start to affect the very soul of the people.
I think at this point, anything that we say is speculation on why our ancestors chose a specific thing. But there's a lot of things to keep in mind, because you specifically asked why Mjolnir as opposed to something more symbolic of Odin. Everything Svan said, certainly as an amulet of protection, Thor is the defender of Midgard. He's the friend of man. He goes out into the other and battles the giants of chaos to protect and keep us safe and protected. He's the very emblem of that protection against outside chaotic forces oppressing on the Innengard. So I think that stands out as probably the best reason for it. But as specific as a reason, perhaps rather than a symbol of the Allfather, Svan talked about these thrones or these seats that the gods find themselves in. And the lore that comes down to us, we tend to look at it as an ordered hierarchy, but the apex of that hierarchy has fluctuated over time. You find in the temple at Uppsala with Odin, Thor, and Frey, you find Thor in the central position, in the position of prominence. It's as things ebb and flow, the relationships between different groups of people and our gods, they place different emphasis on gods that have a more special interaction with them. And so I think that could have factors. Obvious, and what I would go with is certainly that talisman of protection. And the more that the Christians would wear a crucifix, it became, it just became a symbol of the times to wear an amulet of Thor as this compared to that. And I think it's the same today when people ask, well, what if I don't want to wear a Mjolnir? What if I want to wear a symbol of random other one of our gods that they have a more personal relationship with? nobody knows what that means, and it doesn't have the immediate recognition of that's Mjolnir, that person is Asatru. And I think that worked the same then as it does now. Another really important thing about the use of Mjolnir, not just as an amulet, but ritually, was they would use these hammers oftentimes to bless weddings or to sanctify things. The idea that Mjolnir can be used as a tool of sanctification is very special in and of itself as a symbol of holiness. And I think that's why it's a fitting symbol for our faith in general. They would use this at weddings to ensure fertility. They'd use it in different rites to sanctify. Thor would use it to resurrect his goats after he got done eating them the night before. It being a magical tool of sanctification is also very significant. It's why when Argoth are in a strange place that's not holy ground and want to sanctify a ritual spot, it's done in the sign of the hammer. It's done with perhaps a ritual Mjolnir to sanctify and to set it apart. We have a question from Don that comes along with a $20 donation. Thank you so much, Don. We appreciate it. Hail Alsheriogothi and Witan Svan. Fantastic insight. I also hail Thor. Every time I hear thunder, it just comes out of me. Svan, would you let us in on some of the secrets you've hidden in Thor's mural?
Then they wouldn't be secrets. No. There's a lot of little Easter eggs in there, and in reality, they came about kind of as the evolution of the mural. I mean, are we going to go into the? You want to go into the murals? Because I mean, I know there's questions coming in, and this is kind of.
So separate here, because we also have another question coming up in the line about your experiences painting the mural. So separate your content questions from your experience of painting it questions, if you would.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the inception of the mural really did come about through, it was a reaction. There were things going on, and it led to specifics of the mural and the way it was going to be presented. One of the first things was coming to the Hof to be. I like to joke and say the Ymir body. It wasn't quite shaped to what we were going to bring, but it was there, and we walked in and we saw this alcove, and immediately just struck me as, that's where he needs to be. That's where he wants to stand over his house. And at the time, to be completely honest, I didn't know where we were going to go with this. I didn't know what type of godsteads we were going to be working with. I didn't know if we were going to do statuary. I didn't know if we were going to do a painting, if we were going to do other sort of imagery and things like that, god poles, and there was all sorts of stuff on the list. But when I walked in there and I saw that archway, I just really knew, if this is the way it's going to evolve, he needs to be there, because that is where he wants to be. And I say that very lightly. I'm not saying, I just had an overwhelming feeling of that moment where I was just like, this is, everything just fills into this spot. And I could see an image there in my mind of what I would want. It was just a correlation of other things that needed to evolve from it. So naturally, I wanted to show a combination of things. Really, I wanted to show upper, lower. I wanted to show force, will, power, and dynamicism, attacking kind of an otherworldly alienism. And then I wanted to also bring in the elements of cowardice, in which when the string is being cut from Jormungandr, this moment, it could be read as like, if people read the story and thought of this as like a moment of failure, really the failure and onus falls on cowardice. And so the events that were going on around that time were really pervading about action and about standing up for your beliefs and about attainment. This was the first Hoff outside of Odin's Hoff that was going to breach the threshold. It was on the other side.
Let me interrupt for just a sec, because I think this is background that's going to be useful to the rest of the story. And I'm going to throw up the other question as well, and we can combine these two with just telling the whole tale of the mural. So the next question is from Filthy Heathen. Svan, could you talk a bit about your experience painting the Thor's Hoff mural? So about all of these things, and to set them to the backdrop, so many of these things are so big that it's hard when we get a really specific question to winnow it down to what's relating to it and what's not, because everything links to everything else. So excuse me if I take a pause on that sometimes. So I was talking to, in some kind of a context, it was talking to Sheila McNallen a little while back. And she mentioned that, her and Steve weren't exactly sure where this all would go and how this would all develop. It was such a long struggle to get our first Hoff that, nobody really knew what that was going to be like. If that's the only Hoff we're going to have and everything's just going to be about that, or, nobody knew for sure there was going to be other Hoffs, or that that's the way we were going to go or what we were going to do. When I became housekeeping, it was very important to me to build temples to each of these gods of ours. And that was a really important thing for me. Odin's Hoff, it was originally called New Grange Hall, and it was kind of a generic Hoff to the Aesir and a assembly hall for the AFA. And at that time, again, we didn't know that we were going to have all these other Hoffs. When we had to change the name of the Hoff, and I dedicated that Hoff, and this was, we had to do the name change of the Hoff after I became Alsherjargothi. And at that point, it was very important with that opportunity to me to dedicate that Hoff specifically to Odin and to make that the first of many Hoffs. This was when we talk about titling our Hoffs, Thor's Hoff is Thor's Hoff, the second Hoff of the Asatru folk assembly, because we knew that we were going to continue this process. Even before that, when we made the sign for Odin's Hoff, it was Odin's Hoff, the first Hoff of the Asatru folk assembly, putting it out there that we plan to have many more Hoffs. And the idea of putting that title at the bottom, the subtitle, the first Hoff of the Asatru folk assembly, was our law speaker Alan Turnage's idea. But yeah, so before this, we would always have an event, and this event has become the Thor's Hoff event, but we would have Ostara in the South was a national event a number of years previous to this. And we'd go to this, and every time the people in, first, anyone who was at the event, but very specifically folks who were in the Carolinas, would ask, how do we get a Hoff over on the East Coast? How do we get a Hoff near us? And we talked about that. And man, they're like, man, we really, one day, what can we do? We'll do anything to get a Hoff near us. This is the most important thing. How do we get a Hoff? And they were so excited about it. And eventually, when we were making this decision and we found the location of, when we were scouting the location for Thor's Hoff, and we decided on looking in the South, we looked at our membership base and where we had leadership, and we had a very, very active membership at that time in the Carolinas, and a couple of kindreds who were very active, and man, they wanted this Hoff so bad, and they talked such a big game about how much we need to do this, we need to make this happen. And I think everybody is very comfortable with dreams. As long as those dreams are out of reach, it's fun to talk about them when there's no consequence and there's literally no skin in the game. It's a fun idea. So they put this out there and they asked me to get them a Hoff, and okay, cool. So the leader of one of these kindreds and a folk builder at the time, and somebody who was in our Gothar program at the time. This Hoff was going to be in his state and close to him and whatever. And I asked, before we even got it, like, hey, I want to make sure that you guys have this, and this is something you're going to do and you're going to be able to take care of, and you're comfortable with this. Reality is different than theory. So are you good? Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm good. 100%. I'm behind it 100%. This will be great. Okay. And then again, are you sure? Nope, I'm sure 100%. Go forward. We'll do it. So we got in contract, got the money down, got ready to get it. And once reality hit like that lightning bolt of Thor, all of a sudden, fear overtook people in the area. And this gentleman, within, I think, a succession of 3 or 4 days, quit the Gothar program, quit being a folk builder, and quit the AFA in general, along with his whole kindred, because they were terrified of the attention that Thor's Hoff would bring to them. And he told me, like, hey, I don't know about this. This is right down the road from where I work and where I live. And what are we going to do? And this was after he gave his word on several occasions. But reality is much harder when there's consequence, when there's weight. So we basically had to rebuild the entire state of North Carolina and much of the state of South Carolina. Most of Thor's Hoff was saved and taken care of and nursed there for that beginning period by people from Virginia, which is quite a ways away if you're driving.
And South Carolina.
Stuff happened. Some of our South Carolina folks, but North Carolina, and it's come back quite a bit. We're more successful there now than we ever have been. But this initial group, they let fear overtake them. And the Thor's fishing trip, where he tries to pull in the world serpent, it's all fun and games until all of a sudden that serpent bites. And then the giant that was with him was overtaken by fear. And Thor has victory in his grasp. He's got Jormungandr on the line and pulling him in. And the terror of the reality of that was too much. And that giant cut the line and couldn't handle it. And I think this piggybacks really well on our discussion we had last week about courage. Talking about a theoretical that's distant in the future that you're not facing is very, very easy. But staring Jormungandr in the face on the other end of this hook, reality is terrifying. And that's when you see who has that courage within themselves and who just talks a big game. And it's a tragic thing, and it's a beautiful thing, depending on which way it cuts. And it often cuts both ways. And it cuts differently on people that you would expect much out of let you down on it, and people who you expect little out of blow you away with their character. So those thoughts were a lot of the things permeating the ether at that time. Another thing to consider is, and Svan was bringing this up a little bit, and I'm not trying to take the air out of your story, Svan. I apologize.
No, this is great.
I just think this is good background. This was setting the tone. Odin's Hoff was our first Hoff, but as far as a mural and really making the Hoff focused on the worship of a god, this was that big first step. And it was scary because I tell you what, I didn't know what kind of art Svan could do. I saw some sketches, but I didn't know. So we're going to let this guy throw some paint on it and see what happens.
Get the primer ready.
So we didn't know how to do. And secondly, I was obnoxious and like bugging him. He kept sending me pictures of every stage of the process. I'm really fortunate in that every time we do a mural, I harass Svan and he sends me all these different stages of watching it develop. And that's one of the most special things as an ulterior Gothic perk, I suppose. It's really neat watching those come together. But Svan outdid himself. on it, and I'll leave it with this, and then it's Svan's turn, I promise. So I went out there for the dedication, and again, I saw this mural develop. I saw pictures of it before anybody else did. When you walk into that vey, there's not good enough words to describe the power of that first sight of Thor and how it hits you. And it hits you different than any of these other murals. And it literally blows you away. But I had that experience. It was also very special at the first Ostara that was hosted there, which is their national showcase event. Steve and Sheila McNallen were there. And Steve was blown away by it as well. I was with them when they walked in for the first time. And, Svan said there's all kind of different ideas about what we could have done or where it would have gone. It's hard now after the fact to imagine it going any other way because it was so perfect and so powerful. And so with that, you can go back to your story. I apologize for
no. So
there.
Again, the folk watching this don't know that, like, we don't prep for this. So, what level we're going to take it, but you just brought it in to very real point. And I can kind of glance around these things, but you just kind of dropped it right into the ring. What you were talking about is about how this has become a very intimate subject with a lot of history behind it. And you brought it into focus there. When I walked into Thorshof with the intention of doing the murals, because this was where we were going to go with it, all of what the Asatru just said was in play. There was only two people that were kind of on the ground doing work initially for the Hof. All of the groundwork, all of the real estate, everything that was going on initially started out with two people, and it was me and the leader of that Kindred. And so words were spoken to me as well in front of the Hof, actually, that we were going to do this. It was time. We had talked about this for many, many, many years before the Hof was even a reality. We were talking about, man, it would just be great if we had a Hof on the East Coast. Oh, it would be great if it was in Virginia or North Carolina, right in our backyard, so that we could really get this done. When it became a reality, when it's time to do real stuff, sometimes you find out who's really there and who isn't. And, he left.
Everybody's a gangster till it's time to do gangster stuff.
Right. Well, and it came on a Sunday night, I think, because I didn't find out till Tuesday, which perhaps has some importance there too. But I didn't find out till a Tuesday that he had left. And so suddenly I was by myself holding the bag, if you will. And that was a real strong moment. And instead of, oh, well, he's out, I can't do this by myself. There's just no way that this is going to happen. And then at the same time, we're having these conversations and you're asking me, well, why should we even do it there now? Because we have this kind of deficit. And I was like, please, I think that the Virginia folk and the South Carolina folk, there's people around, we can float this. And I remember you saying, this is a huge risk. Like, there's nothing there. You're coming from a distance away. Are you willing to drive to do that? Are you willing to put time in to do that? And I was pleading, yes, we can't. If this is the case, if this is what we've got, and again, there's a fortuitous story about the nature of us attaining the building in and of itself, and prayers to Thor. I felt at this point, if Thor had sanctioned this to happen, it was incumbent upon me to do anything I could to convince you and to convince everybody that this was worth the challenge. And so I did not step out. I did not back away. I went headlong in, and you had faith in me to do that. I remember you saying, like, this, okay, we're going to do this, but you gotta make this happen. And it was a whirlwind of action and movement to get the building and do everything that we were doing. And then, of course, there were people that were kind of coming around and all of that stuff, but that really was lost in the din of what we were going to start doing. And one of the first things that we started doing was the mural. And the mural became the point of Godstead. It was such a focal point that we wanted to do it. And because of all of this stuff that me and the Alciragodi had been talking about, when I went in there, Hrimskvida's the story of Thor's fishing trip. And I wanted to do the point where it really kind of emphasized was when Thor starts to row out further and the fear in that story starts to build. And it culminates with the cutting of the rope. That became the story that we needed to put up there. I was originally just thinking of doing just an image, a Godstead of Thor. But we added the element with Jormungandr and Hrym because of the notion of courage and fear. And it was almost as if it was all happening with purpose, and that that Thor was involved in that. I believe that in a way that I can't explain without sounding kind of kooky, but I really felt like we were in a mythos of our development as a church, because there were so many factors going on. So that the choice of Hrimskvida's the fishing trip, where he cuts the line, became the focal point. And then from there, the idea was how to position it, how to do it, and what color schemes, what were we going to do. The art of the AFA is not art of, it doesn't look like a black metal album. that was not something that, and I think the Alciragodi and I were talking about that. Like, we want colors, brightness, life, happiness. We want to see the boldness of colors that our ancestors wore when they went to the Althing, or when you go to Nordic towns now and you see the houses are brightly colored and all of that stuff, that spirit that can't be broken, not even by the land. It's just happy and filled with life. And so we started to form, we had the story that we wanted to do, and we had kind of an idea of the dimensions of what we were going to do. And then we started talking about coloring and things like that. And then there was this moment where the Alciragodi kind of was like, all right, get to getting it. And I had never painted a mural before. So like I've only done mediums of very small pictures. So the first thing we started doing, I just had the notion or the idea of putting up painter's tape and basically doing the whole image with painter's tape and pencil to get an idea of scope, to make sure that things didn't look too odd or out of place. And when I was sending these tape pictures, it's like, it just looks like scraps of tape all over the place, and sketches and little scratches all over the wall. And I knew the scope of it wasn't going to be caught, but Alciragodi was working with me. He's telling me what he wanted. He wanted to see some of the elements of this. He wanted to see the size. He wanted to have gravitas and power. And that's where the development of the Sonnenrod over the head really started to formulate. And so through this back and forth via calls and texts, and I think, because I can't be on the phone while I'm doing it, there's these moments where I think like, how about this? And I'd show a picture, and no, the eyes they got to look like this. And I'm like, okay, I'll try it. So I go in and I do it. How about this? Nah. And then we would angle it. And I mean, thankfully you didn't really, it was very constructive criticism. It was never about just tweaking it out of, I think, strictly just a desire of something you wanted. You had constructive points of where you wanted the eyes to look, the emanation of light, the positioning of the body. There was real good constructive criticisms that kind of built out. And once we got that foundation going, then it just took off.
Guys, as a side point, Svan and I are able to do this on a lot of different things. And I think we complement each other very well in certain ways. I've got, I can see things in my head. I have a lot of thoughts about art, but I can't make art. Like I know what I want, but I can't make that manifest. And Svan has an amazing ability to be able to manifest these things into the physical and make them beautiful. And it was really cool to be able to be some part of that process. And I never want to overburden it and not let the artist put it all out there, because the gods are working through Svan in a very special way. But yeah, it's we were big on working with the metallics in the picture. The metallics were one of those big things he and I spoke about, and then that black sun halo that now adorns all of our gods, and will when we do arts of our heroes as well. But red for the heroes and gold for the Aesir. It was really special to be part of that while this was developing. And I remember that all so clearly. It really takes me back. I appreciate you telling the story about this one.
Yeah, that time, and again, Al-Saragothi was not hitting like backseat driver level stuff. He was basically giving honest criticisms about the way it would be more dynamic to do something, or perhaps it would be better if we did it this way. And I would try it, and then we'd sit back, we'd take a picture of it, we'd look at things, and then, yep, no, that's it. That's hitting it right there. And then so it started to develop. And once we got the groundwork going, there was this time where I really couldn't be on the phone. And I was doing the mural over a series of weekends because I was working, and then I would come down around Thursday and I would stay till Saturday night. And so when it really got pitched, it was kind of like our communication was at the beginning and then a little bit at the end. And then we would kind of adjust. I would, like take down kind of mental notes of what you were saying. And then when I came back the next week, I would hit those notes and then send a picture and say, how about now? What are you thinking about this? And so there was an intimate kind of conversation between us because we were hitting the first threshold of imagery of the AFA. And to me, I was challenged with the task of it, but it was you were talking about an age of art. You were looking at something bigger than even I could understand. Was that you were kind of like Svan, think about this. Like, there's going to be a time when people are going to look back at this time, and your hands are going to be involved in an age of like depiction of the gods, and no pressure. So it kind of like, but it helped hone me, and it really did help me keep clarification during that time because of everything that was going on the outside. Like I said, people were dropping out in the middle of the weekend, in the middle of the night, and just kind of slinking back out of this. I'm not touching this. And, I've got my family to worry about, and I have a family. I have a job. I have a lot to lose. And I kept going forward. And the only thing I really super focused on was the threshold of creating the mural. So there's like a lot of different things in the mural that I would say, to get back to the question about Easter eggs or about hidden meanings, really the colors are kind of symbolic. They have intention and meaning. Also, too, because we're pulling from a Nordic myth, we were talking about like the appearance of Thor and correlation to tangible historical context, but more so than just the material. So like there's little things like even the wool wraps around his legs have tiny little like golden aglets or golden hooks that were used on actual wool wraps of the legs during amongst the Anglo-Saxons and the Nordic period. So I was trying to pay attention to some of the detail there. The other thing I really wanted to every mural has a seed that correlates to another Hoth, because like the Al-Saragothi said, this was the beginning. This was the second Hoth. There was gonna be more. So one of the things I really wanted to place in was Gridavor. I wanted to place in the iron rod in his belt because Grida is the mother of Vidar. or Vidar. And so that little nod there, even though it's kind of hard to connect the dots, I wanted it to be there on purpose because it was, we're coming down the line. We're going to open a temple to Vidar. And I wanted that correlation to be there. And so every Hoff kind of has a little nod or a lean to one or the other. A lot of people don't realize that, like, I got a chance to go to Odin's Hof after Baldur's Hof. So in Baldur's, there's a nod to Odin's Hof because I was going there next. And so everyone kind of correlates to one ahead of it, or a one to precede. So Gridavol, the runes on Gridavol, the runes on his belt, this was before the folk Futhark. Now, I wanted to bring this up because I've heard rumors, little birds telling me things, that people are under the misconception that we somehow like created a new Futhark. No, that is, I'm insulted that they would think we would be that hubris. Like, no, the idea, I think it comes from their ignorance and the fact that they haven't developed art yet. And a lot of the criticisms that are coming at us are coming from people that don't have established art or have the medium in which they're going to have large scale artwork being presented to the folk in representation of the gods and what kind of respect level that has. They don't have that, so they start shooting in the dark and saying, oh, they're making up this crap, and they're making up these runes. No. In actuality, the folk Futhark was not even in process during Thor's mural, but what happened was I was starting to write things down to give context. I wanted Gridavol to be on his belt, but if there was an iron rod with nothing on it, then the people wouldn't understand what that was unless they looked into the story, but I could give it right then and there, and then they would be like, oh, and then they'd go back and look it up. But I wanted to do it in runic. So if we're going to do it in runic, how do we do it in runic? And what Alsir and I sat down and we talked about it, and we thought, okay, how about we use all the Futharks that have already been in existence? All of them. And pull some from each one to create a Futhark that we will use for artistic expression. The idea is that we want to pass on lore, but some people are familiar with the Elder. Some people are familiar with the Younger. Some people are familiar with the Anglo-Saxon Frisian. Others are, with the Armanen. Suddenly we realize there's people that have different, understandings of the runes. So let's pull a little bit from each one. That'll encourage them to study cross and see the symbols in different ways, and also allow us to convey a message in our artwork so that folk years from now can read it and understand it without having some sort of confusion based on rules from other Futharks. So we basically just created a linguistical medium in order to better describe what's going on in the artwork. We weren't trying to create a new magical system. We weren't trying to create some sort of AFA super rune Futhark that we're going to use. It was like when I found out about this criticism, and it kind of like hurt my head at what level that would be levied at us or levied at me. No, it was about art. It's about expressing the spiritual. It's about things that were going on at the time being expressed through the painting in order to encourage the folk to learn a lesson from it. And one of the big things is about fear along the edge of the boat. It's clearly stating there that Hymir is struck with fear while Thor is the Lord of action. He's moving forward. He's about to crush. He's going to take all of the power of earth and heaven and place it right in the middle of that which constrains the middle earth. And it gets cut because Hymir's a coward. That was what I was trying to convey, and I couldn't just do it with just pictures. I wanted to add words and things. So the folk Futhark was actually developed at the end of that. So there's pieces of it that aren't in the folk Futhark. And I'm deliberating right now whether or not to go back and adjust. I have adjusted some things, but I don't want to do it. I'm approaching the Godstead with a sense of reverence. I don't want to just, oh, you know, we're going to erase this and do this. It's more or less like, okay, I'm going to refocus on how I got to plan this out, because runes have sizes and I don't want to overshoot or undershoot and create gaps and kind of mess with the completion of it. So we still have to edit some stuff with the folk Futhark, but after Thorshoff, the folk Futhark was in place, and it was all about being able to convey messages through art. So I wanted to bury that kind of rumor, or I don't know, wind that seems to catch people's tongues. Utilizing that. The other thing that I have never done a mural before Thorshoff. So a funny little thing is my usage of I have done. I used to do tattoos, and I have done tattoo work, and usually you're dealing with a single piece, strong borders, not a lot of space. Background was a big thing for me, and natural background, and utilizing clouds and mountains and waves, I had no experience in whatsoever. So I did a lot of studying. I went and looked in art books. I looked at, because I live on at the beach, and I looked at waves and in paintings. I even went to Bob Ross at one point, because I couldn't quite make the waves look 3D or like they were actually curling forward. And I remember typing in waves on stormy ocean, Bob Ross, and like looking at his technique and then trying it. And I was fully assuming there's no way I'm going to be able to replicate this. This is Bob Ross we're talking about here. And I felt like I got in a good spot. So that's some of the stuff, the coloring, the choice of the story, the usage of the folk Futhark or runes in general to create an extension of, to expound on the meaning of things. And then also to the establishment of the sun and rod around the head, the establishment of Mjolnir and the runes upon his belt. So, and making sure that we have, iron glove and iron grip in there and things, because those were also gifts given to Thor from Grida to hold Gridable. Or excuse me, no, it's the gifts from the dwarves to hold Mjolnir. And so I wanted to add this kind of idea of evolution of the toolage of Thor, because we see amongst no other god, and this kind of correlates back to that question about why a symbol of Thor, the hammer, is because we see this evolution in Thor with imagery towards him that directly correlate to the time in which we are in. We see our ancestors, and we see the Pan-Aryanism of the club, and then the club kind of evolves into the axe or the bronze axe or the hammer axe. And then we see by the time of the late Nordic period, which the last vestige of our faith, the evolution of Mjolnir became a hammer. And understanding that the gods evolve with us. So that was another big point I wanted to show with Gridable being in the belt, and there's some symbology there. But I mean, I think we could talk about that in a little bit later as far as some of the intention there. But I just wanted to say that was some of the things that we were trying to really get out there. And it was when I went in there was a ton of stuff going on around us that inspired a lot of this. That was very long-winded. Sorry.
No. Inside baseball, these are organic, but that's the one thing I sent Svan earlier today, like be prepared to talk about the mural, because I knew that was going to be a big deal, because it's such a special, beautiful tribute that we've done and that Svan has done for Asatru. It really is worthy of myth and legend, and it's spectacular, and it's a really important thing to talk about. So I had something I was going to say, but it slipped my mind. Hopefully I will think of it later and be able to say something then. We have a $10 donation from Tyler Bethay. Thank you so much, Tyler. We appreciate you. He says, great to see you two gentlemen tonight. Hail the AFA. We appreciate
Hail Tyler Bethay.
There we go. And hail Bob Ross. We appreciate that. Bob Ross, I think he's underrated as an artist, but the stuff he's able to do on a canvas is really magical. And I'm glad that was able to help you with the waves. I either didn't know that or didn't recall that.
Yeah, I never even told you that. And that's another point that I wanted to bring up to the focus, that we don't pre-script this. This is sometimes I think you're learning stuff that I haven't really talked about as we're doing these podcasts.
No, I'm a Bob Ross fan. Not so much
Me
fan
too.
of his hair, but a fan of his art. Absolutely. Shay says, why is the 11th virtue made apparent by Gothi Svan equals stamina? Undefined. When there's characters on here in entropy, it says undefined. My fault. Thank you both for continuing to deliver this excellent content. Well, I'm glad that you like it. Svan certainly has the stamina.
But the 11th virtue is...
No, there's no 11th virtue. I think he is just making a funny about your stamina.
Oh. Yes. I didn't understand the context of the question when it came up at first. I was like, well, what's going on?
So that's the other thing. Because we've been talking so much, this question came in like an hour ago or something. I think you just came on. So, yeah, I think it's like an hour and a half behind on these questions almost. But that's good. That means we got a lot of content, and people tune in to hear what you got to say, Svan. They're very, very impressed with you, as am I, as are we all. Bruce says, Matt and Svan, can you tell us your favorite stories about Thor? Svan, what is your favorite story about Thor?
Ooh, I mean, the theft of Thor's hammer, I think, has been one of my favorites, mainly because of its contestment in times. And when I was doing a lot of storytelling early on, after I'd come back from the Marine Corps, I had done some storytelling local library here in Virginia, and I got a chance to tell the stories of the gods, just to young kids, and really got a chance to kind of hone some of my storytelling skills there. And that story really does seem to balance out a perfect amount of comedy. There isn't a lot of necessity for lore to understand what's going on, but at the same time, it builds the dichotomy between the Kinslayer at a time in the evolution of the arc of the stories where he and Thor are kind of counterpolating each other around a central mission or a central idea. And also it really does show some connections culturally, like with the blessing of the hammer on the lap, showing that myths and our stories are like ropes. They have a lot of different tendrils that wrap around to express certain things. There's some levity in it, and I think that's something that a lot of people they lose, like how you had mentioned with Odin about Gladheim. There is a levity that we have with our gods that I don't think should go into like a sense of impiety or just where it's abashedly kind of rude. But there are some of the stories that I see have survived that have a lot of levity and happiness with the gods. But then at the end, Thor is Thor, and he's terrifying. He's scary, and I think that the children realize that Thor doesn't take too kindly to his hammer being stolen. That this conduit, this central force of power being stolen from the gods, places them in great danger, and Thor takes it upon himself to retrieve it. And he has to go through all kinds of terrible stuff to get there, but he does it because he needs to reconnect to it immediately because of the imminent threat that is placed. So I would say that theft of Thor's hammer is one of my favorite stories. And it really does. I think it's my favorite because it garners such a great range of emotions and reactions from the children when I talk about it, when I say the story. And I said it, just did a reciting of it at Winter Nights for the kids, and a lot of the adults that after the auction came out, some of them were coming out and they got they caught that story, or at least half of it, and seemed to really like it as well. So that's my favorite.
I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's the one that strikes me when I saw the question. I really like the story in the Alvasmal where Thor has this very clever exchange with a dwarf that's trying to get the hand of his daughter, and it's a really good first, if anybody hasn't read it, they should. It's neat, it's informative, but it also shows a dimensionality to Thor that I think a lot of people who like to compartmentalize our gods don't get. Thor, big, strong, not smart, box. And that's a disrespect. Thor is a god. Yes, he is amongst gods. He is the strongest, but he's a god nonetheless because and I've, as a side note and a little bit of a tangent here, life's not fair. People like to equalize as if we're some kind of video game character or something that you got a certain number of points to distribute. And if somebody's really strong, then they have to be dumb or they have to be slow. Or if somebody's really smart, then they can't. No, our gods are the best of all things. The least smart god is much wiser and much smarter than the smartest man that's ever existed. And it's really, I don't know, I think it's special to see Thor, exercise that cunning in that way. And so I really like the Alvasmal.
Yeah, that's that deep-minded wisdom that, and again too, when we talk about Odin being the god of skalds, one of the interesting things about Alvasmal is that it is a poem to help skalds learn the Haiti and some of the different names that they could utilize in poetry, but it's used through the medium of Thor, not Odin. So it's a very interesting thing that kind of, it really does shine. That's a great story as well. And I think that one of the first stained glass window pieces that we are going to do is going to be Thor standing in front of Alvis while the sun is coming up, his impending doom on the horizon.
I think that's a great idea. Freyr, I've heard Thor also being a god of gravity, and Mjolnir is not his weapon, but from what the lore tells us, different as Thor being protector of our ancestors. What is your opinion on his powers? Svan, go ahead and take a swing at that.
Okay. Yes, to both of them. Again, when I see when we talk about the idea of placing our gods into boxes, or perhaps setting up a throne for them to sit in for our people, if as long as it's done with reverence to the idea that this is how we culturally see the gods, or we can again move that tripartite and see Thor at the high seat for the functions that we need from him is good and important. But when we start talking about the multiplicity of powers, I would say yes to all. I mean, in regards to when we talk about Thor, like let's say if we were to talk about Thor in a metaphysical sense, or metaphysics, or in a metaphysics. So we're looking at metaphysics and we're talking about the power of Thor and his symbology. And I think that since the gods have told these stories to our folk, there was a point in which somehow, some way, there was a bridge between the gods and man received these stories. There are hidden truths in them that are even beyond the scope of understanding at the time that they were even being spoken. So when we talk about Thor and Mjolnir being the catalytic switch, being the point of connection, seeing the hands, the gloves, the right and the left, the polaric powers that need to be placed on the hands in order to hold the switch, to see the girdle of power placed around the waist, to see the iron rod placed within that girdle, is all kind of just a gentle nod to that power that I think on a metaphysical and even very, very pliable physical level is understanding that Thor is of the earth and the sky. And we know now scientifically there are powers that are between those that we can't see. And one of them in particular is magnetism. And so understanding earth power, understanding something that was barely understood, or was even just being gleaned at. But then scientifically, we can look at these things and see them very, very carefully. And all of a sudden, it makes perfect application with the symbology that was already in place. So seeing Thor in connection to magnetism, in connection to electricity, in connection to the electron of the atom, yes, I see it. And I think that's when we start to really stop seeing the gods as just simply literature characters and start seeing them as bigger, more powerful things, the scope of understanding how far divinity reaches and how powerful they are. Then we go back and look at the symbology and we're like, oh, we start to see like a hidden picture going on.
We approach the gods from a different place than they approach us, and I think it's worth noting. We start out, and when I say we, I mean our race as people start out as children who are ignorant of all the things around them, and over history, we as a people have learned all these different things. But some of this is included in the idea when I say you can't out-science truth. Truth exists, and science brings us closer to understanding those truths in a way, or to quantifying them, or to getting like how stuff exists. But the gods aren't beholden to Stone Age science. As science evolves, I think it's no surprise that we find more and more really interesting correlations between our ancestral lore and our gods. Our gods interact with us with a full knowledge of science, at least science as we understand it in the physical world. And so them communicating and showing truth to our ancestors in these ways, it's nice as we get closer and closer to a more full understanding of science and how things work, that it builds even stronger or more bonds to understanding these images of our gods and how they showed themselves to our ancestors. And that's kind of a beautiful thing. And it's always important. And I know that the nature of how we do anything as humans is on I don't know, empathy. I don't know if empathy is the right word, but we see everything from our lens and from the depth of our experience. But it's important to know that we're approaching the gods from, an infantile place, and our gods are they're reaching down to us from the realm of the gods. And so realizing that power, that wisdom differential, and how that plays in, I think, is a fascinating way of just contemplating our faith. We all got time that we do some navel gazing and just contemplating on these things. And as long as it doesn't get in the way of actual accomplishment or actual relationships, I think it's something we all do, and it's a special way. And if done right, it brings us closer to a better relationship with our gods. So Nick suggested I plug Entropy again, so I shall. If you guys want to get on Entropy, you can donate to us, which we appreciate anyway, or if you want to monetize one of your questions to throw at the top line, we'll get to it. As you can tell, we're a long way behind on the questions. We've got like 18 in line here. We will get to all of them, as you can see from 2 weeks ago where we did a 5-hour broadcast. We'll make sure we get to all your questions, but if you do want to move those to the front of the line, hop over on Entropy. And if you just want to throw us a few dollars here or there, we also appreciate that. Again, that money is going to go to the AFA, and it's going to go to things like Sigerheim that we're currently trying hard to raise funds on. Next question's up. I feel as if I need to repent for sins/actions I've taken that were wrong. But it also feels wrong to grovel and beg to the gods like I would Christ. How do I square this circle? I've got strong feelings on that, so I want to jump in first on it. There is a vast difference between apologizing and taking responsibility for wrongs you've done and earnestly trying to correct them and groveling or begging. And I think that unfortunately our people don't, sometimes we get lost in the nuance of it. If you've done wrong, apologizing for it, and if you need forgiveness because you have personally wronged someone, asking for their forgiveness isn't wrong. That's not weak. It's not bad. It's not humiliating. It's not Christian. What makes it Christian is if you don't then try to fix what you broke. The biggest thing that separates our faith versus Christianity when it comes to sin and when it comes to righting a wrong. In Christianity, any sin isn't something against a person, it's a sin against their God. And the way you square it with their God is through literal death, either yours in the Jewish sense or Christ's symbolically for you, because the payment for sin is death in that faith. Ours doesn't work that way. You can sin against our gods, but you can also sin against your fellows. If you do something wrong to somebody, by all means, apologize. Any of our people out there, and especially our men, this is very hard for some of them. Be man enough to apologize when you're wrong and to try to rectify things you broke. We are all wrong from time to time, and we all break things. But one of the first, I'd say the first step in repairing frith is accepting responsibility that, hey, I'm wrong. I'm really sorry. Let me try to fix this and make it right. There's some things you can't make right, but our ancestors have a long process of shield and other things where you make an attempt to make whole what you've taken a part of or what you've broken. And that's, I think, the biggest difference. If you've done something wrong towards our gods or towards another person, by all means, say, hey, I take responsibility. I was wrong. I'm sorry. And here, fix it. That's the biggest key. It's only Christ-like if you don't fix it, if you expect forgiveness for nothing. It's also true if you apologize and you repair what you broke. And for an example on that, because I think a lot of people, it's esoteric. Like, if I back into your car, me paying for it to get fixed or me doing the body work to fix it would be fixing what you broke. And that's absolutely the case. But like damaging somebody's reputation, if I call you out in public and accuse you of something that you didn't do or call you something that's unwarranted, a way of fixing that is to also apologize in public amongst those same people and to do the best I can to restore the damage to your reputation that I did to your reputation, trying to pay back in kind what you feel you've taken. So much of our concept of justice is the idea of taking value from something and that value needing to be replaced either through vengeance or through the other party voluntarily trying to fix what they broke. And I think that's the biggest key. I think that's the way to square that circle. And, I jumped in front there because it's something that's on my mind and that I think about and I wanted to say. But Svan, do you have anything to add on that?
Yeah, I would really piggyback on that in the sense that, I've had folk in our church who came out initially, they felt they had something, they felt some way about me, or something that I had said had kind of taken them wrong, and they told me up front, no, I don't agree with you on this, and I think that I think you're flawed in this logic or whatever, and it's not about the context of whether I was flawed or not. They openly said it, And then later on, they came back and apologized because they realized that maybe the angle that they were coming at didn't allow them to see what I was trying to say. And they came forth and they said, hey, I'm sorry that I said that to you. You know what? I see a little bit now more about what you were saying. And I hope that you understand that I made a mistake and I'm sorry. And I was blown away by the bravery, the responsibility, the consideration, even so far after the fact, that it was still in their mind, and that they took that time to tell me. And it wasn't, I don't think, I wasn't being asked for forgiveness per se, as they were taking responsibility for something they had said. And I think that when we talk about human relations, about righting wrongs, about recalibrating oaths that may have changed, we get into this fatalistic view where we can't change things, but we can, because things are constantly evolving. And I think with the gods too is the same way. On a spiritual level, you know what you consider as a grievance. And so for you to air those out to the gods, it's not about you building that on a caveat that somehow the gods are withholding something from you, and until you supplicate to them, you're not going to receive the boon of them. In essence, the difference is you're taking responsibility and you want to fix it. You want to do what is right. You want to stop. You want to immediately affect your will, change your weird, change your orlog, move in a direction, and you know that you have to take on the duty of fixing things. And the gods see that. And I think that's the more important thing, that the gods view your actions towards moving to improve and letting those grievances stop with you. You've learned from them. If you don't learn from them, you continue to do them again, and you keep asking the gods to like bear witness to your mistakes, but you don't fix them. The greatest travesty of that is that, you're building this repetition of committing wrongs and then asking or recognizing you're committing them and then doing them again. That's the insult. And so let it stop with you, but there's no wrong in airing that out, even if saying it formulaically out of yourself, what your problems are to the gods.
There's another thing to be said about it. Again, unlike in Judaism, it's not a one and done thing. It's not perfect or not perfect, but you put layers in your well, the well of your haminya, and by screwing up or doing bad things, you put a certain amount of badness in there. By trying to rectify it, you neutralize that. You counterbalance it with the good that you put in there. And the idea is to have the best content of that well, of the aggregate of all those layers. And none of us have a perfect haminya, but you repair it by fixing things you broke and by doing good acts to counteract bad acts. And that's a way that you can tangibly increase your haminya, and you can increase the orlog of your descendants with what you hand to them. And doing that is really contingent upon righting the wrongs. So if you're able, right those wrongs as best you can. Varyag, what's the significance of saying red Thor? Obviously, there's his hair, but it's seemingly contrasted with the white Christ, and I'd like to know why. Svan, could you explain that for him?
Yeah, I would definitely say that this late Nordic period and the correlation with color. First and foremost, understanding culturally that red meant vitality, it meant life, it meant power, it meant strength, and it meant blood, it meant heat, it meant will, and there was so much power in the color red, in the essence of giving bloat, and how it sanctifies space and the cost of sacrifice and much of that stuff. When we look at the real dynamic part is when we look at the white Christ part, understanding first that a whit was not the color white. A Hwit was, you know, the spiritual beings of the land around you. Also, too, like, it was kind of an impromptu word for like your soul. You are a white as well, or a Hwit. And then the word kvit had some double meanings there. One, on the good side of it, it could correlate in color to innocence. It could correlate in color to cleanliness, or the idea of shiningness. You know, when we talk about the Asanya having, you know, white and shining arms, where the idea is that they're not sullied by things. This was a beauty aspect, especially that had cultural context at the time that the stories were being told. So white doesn't immediately out the gate have a negative context, but there's also another side to the color white being applied in this regard, and I think that it comes from the people who are Asatru during the conversion times. And this survives, like, in some of our language, like when we say somebody's lily-livered, and we're talking about like a white underbelly, or a part that doesn't get tested. It's so this part of the color white, I think, was an application to the idea that it was soft. It was taking away from the mythological power and might of heroism that was seen by our ancestors. That they were seeing this kind of idea of you know, martyrdom without you know, physical resistance, without proclamation, without attendance to deed, and without the idea of gathering and pulling forth and making a merited stand. You know, they would see the Hvit Kristu as being untested and kind of lacking dynamic might, if you will. And I think that that's where that correlation was, to show redness to might and power and strength and blood and already tested, to the untested and meekness and the death of heroism that I think was a contentious point amongst our ancestors during the conversion time, is that they understood that the hero was at risk, that the soul and the might of the doer was at risk. The ecclesiastical, the monk, the cloistered monk, and, you know, removing himself from his folk and going into ancient Texan lore, never seeing the sun, you know, the only stains that you'll ever experience are ink blots on your hands, and never really lose or understand the splattering of blood in the real world being applicated and tested. You just get this kind of cloistered ecclesiastical bookworm, and this is being foisted into our culture when all the menfolk are being told, no, you got to go out there, you have to do it, you have to attain, you can't sleep in, you got to wake up early, you got to get out there, you know, and take your destiny and join your folk, join your men, stand together against odds, test yourself. That dichotomy was being played out at that time. The red was action, the white was stasis, if you will, untested stasis.
Yeah, I think the red for warrior virtues and might, and the white being symbolic of peace and of pacifism and of weakness in that context. I think that's what it was about. So Kurt asks, one question, why have I heard a number of times, if it's not AFA Asatru, it's not Asatru? I am folkish and have been all my life. I have a lot of brothers and sisters that are members of the AFA, and I'm not. Well, so I want to step up and I want to own that, and I want to address that the best I can. And this isn't meant offensively. It's just being frank, and I think it is what it is. I think for a very long time, there is an endless cycle of everybody doing their own thing and nobody wanting to have hierarchy or any kind of orthodoxy on their practice, and just everybody do whatever you want. Do as you will. That's the whole of the law. And I think a lot of people in Asatru circles were doing that for a very long time. And the truth of it, that I believe in many cases, and anything I'm going to say here isn't 100% for every single practitioner, obviously. But I think the tendency to reject authority hasn't been because of some religious purpose. Deep down, it's been because people don't want anybody to tell them what to do. They want to do whatever they want and be able to justify it however they want, as opposed to being held to a standard by something external from themselves. And now we've seen that a lot. There's a lot of people that instead of being part of the AFA that's moving our faith forward, they want to stay by themselves or in their small backyard kindred. And then they can be the king of the 5 fat dudes in camp chairs arguing over the big piece of chicken, instead of just being a member of the AFA where we're actually moving Asatru forward. When the statement that if it's not AFA, it's not Asatru, I don't apply that to anybody over 70. There's people that were practicing Asatru before the modern version of the AFA that was established in 1995, and I don't take anything away from those people. But for all the folks now that just don't want to join the AFA, very seldom is it from a sincere religious difference. It's because they just want to be these rugged individuals. And the thing is, and I hate that I even have to think this way, but in the world that we live in today, we couch things in qualifying statements in order to seem super humble with it. And I'm just going to be real. We've established, first, Steve McNallen is the man that established Asatru in its modern continuous context. There were people before him that started, and there were starts and stops. There was people like Alexander Rudd Mills that started something and then it stopped and died out, or Meister von List that started something that was kind of a proto-Asatru, and then it died out and lost momentum. But our founder, Steve McNallen, in 1968, started what we call modern Asatru. There was a couple people independent of him that started at a similar time, and I am aware of that, and I respect that. But everything we do today is because of the relationship that he started in 68 with the Allfather and the way that it's developed since then. That relationship, even his enemies admit that relationship existed, exists, and has moved Asatru to where it is today. We've been the steady thing in Asatru. First, Steve was that steady thing, and he made his way through life as a man with starts and stops. But settling down to the Asatru Folk Assembly in 1995, we've been here. We've been here consistently, and we've been moving forward steadily and consistently for almost, here in about 2 months, we will have been doing this for 28 years. And I say we, that's long before I joined the AFA, but we in a collective Asatru Folk Assembly sense. Everybody wants to make this about them, and everybody wants to quit and reinvent the wheel and build their own Asatru in their own image. And these starts and stops have really limited us as a folk. The AFA has been the torchbearer of the Aesir, the standard bearer this entire time since, like I mentioned, since 1995, always moving forward and continuing that gift cycle with our gods, building those relationships. We are the only people that on the level of legitimate houses of worship have established 4 temples to various Aesir. We've built temples, we've established temples to our gods. We've continued moving this forward. We have a decades-long, almost 3 decades-long gift cycle relationship with our gods, built upon a almost 53-year um, almost 54-year relationship that Steve has built with the Allfather, there's a time where you have to draw a line in the sand and say, this is this and that is that. And we're at that time where the AFA is the voice of Asatru in the world. Are we perfect? No, not at all. But are we getting closer to perfection every year? Yes. Are we doing our very best to serve the Aesir? Yes. Are we the one organization that's been around for reasonable amounts of time that stays loyal to the Aesir? Yes. And I believe with all my heart that we have the authority to speak with their backing and to build Asatru with their approval. Our gods have poured out their blessings with that understanding, and I would never want to presume anything that we're not due. And so I feel I want to be cautious saying that, but I believe very strongly this is Asatru. We are doing it. We are building it. And other people, and don't get me wrong, it's not completely impossible for you to build some sort of relationship with the Aesir that doesn't involve the AFA. Of course it is. But this is the right way to go as far as the religion of Asatru. I'm sure there are individuals out there that have a relationship with our gods, but this is the way to do it right. And I speak that confidently because only unified in the AFA are we moving our faith forward to where we have something for our children, where we have something for their children, and where we're building this for our future. Outside of that, it's just not there. And anybody that fence sits at this point is wasting energy that could be put towards us all moving forward. And everything else on the side is a distraction. And I don't mean any offense by that. I'm just speaking completely honestly with something that I truly believe. Svan, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would say troth. The idea of your troth, of your faith, of your devotion to the gods is not necessarily in question. The biggest important thing is understanding that when you look at our church, when you look at our folk, when you look at our people, when you look at the AFA, we have an inner guard. No one should be surprised at that concept at all. That's ridiculous to say that as the organization, as this gift cycle has been carried through decades, that there is an inner guard that these folk have. And if they stand on the parapets of their inner guard and they stand on the wall and they say, you can have troth out there or you can have troth in here, there's no wrong or should be no perceived kind of sense of like, those people are crazy. No, that's our inner guard. We defend it. We project it forward. We carry it forward. We have been for so long that it's kind of preposterous to say that. So what is being said is you have troth out there in the wilds or you have troth in the inner guard with us. And we just leave that, I think, in the open sense that you should consider bringing your troth into the inner guard with us. That we are moving forward, that there's this central point now. There's a center that's starting to grow and emanate. And the people that are defending it, the people that are putting in the time, people that are devoting their lives to it, are going to proudly say, our inner guard is right. Our inner guard is good. Our inner guard is the way for our people. And I don't think anybody out in the outer guard of that should see that as preposterous. And there are people that I think are friendly to us, and I think there's people that don't take that as a personal offense. Perhaps they're still working out things in their lives, but then when they do come in, they notice there's no grievance, there's no hatred, there's people that have that have left, or people that have encountered the AFA and say and they go off and they do things, and then they come back and they're like, maybe I was wrong. And it's like, no, stop. you're here now. You're inside the guard. Let's move forward. What do you have? What do you know? What do you possess? Where does your trough lie? Let's expound on that. Add to the edge. Add to the growth of our inner guard. And I don't think that a lot of people realize that they have a lot of that contention because they don't pass through that threshold. And when they do pass through that threshold, they're absolutely surprised at oh, I said this, right? I felt a certain way. And we're like, okay, yeah, that was in the past. Now you're here. You're here with us. Let's build a relationship inside the inner guard where it's protected and we can work at it. We can focus on it. We could see what you bring in and we can add more to it as we grow and create more foundation.
Something else to be said, and this is just real, brand integrity is a thing. As a faith, Asatru has to mean something. When everybody has their own little backyard version of what Asatru is to them, we lose cohesion and we lose legitimacy. When we're unified and when people want to know what is Asatru, this is what Asatru is, that makes us effective. And it's not just about us. That brings honor and dignity and reputation to our gods. When our gods have followers that want to go out and, just do their own thing and not be a productive part of community and not be part of anything, that doesn't move that forward. That doesn't build for our gods. That may help you for the way you want to live your life at the moment. That's not building a future for our children, for our race, and for our gods. We do that together, unified under the banner of the Trihorns. We are the ones who have succeeded. We're the ones who exist with success after all of the trying phases of Asatru in the early days. And those folks with 10 people here and 5 people there, if we all came together, we would be so much more effective in worship and bringing dignity to our gods and bringing legitimacy to our faith. Reputation means everything. It meant everything to our ancestors. Whether we admit it or not, it means everything to us and our success or failure. We succeed better together. And you mentioned that you are not a member of the AFA. And you don't have to answer this here, but I wonder, my question is why? If there are theological differences, I would encourage you to talk to your Gothi in your area and let's figure those out. If you don't meet our membership standards, that's a different issue. And if none of those things are holding you back, then we'd love to have you be part of what we're doing and part of moving us forward. We're not infallible. We're not perfect, but we're trying to be perfect. We're trying to move closer to perfection. And I feel like we're making progress towards that. It's a generations long, forever long process, but I think we're getting closer to our goal. And we'd love to have you and everybody else of our folk to be part of moving us towards that goal. We need you. We need all you guys. Got another question from Allie. What would you recommend to separate the real Thor from the pop heathen Thor? It seems like the uni version is half Asa and half Marvel. Svan, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, this is an interesting subject in and of itself, because when we deal with a lot of people in our families or at work or things like that, and we talk about it, if they see a Thor's hammer and they're like, and what is that about? And then you go and then they immediately kind of gravitate into this pop culture sense of, a comic booky kind of thing or a movie kind of thing or what have you. The gods are kind of correlating to what we just talked about. The gods are being remembered in ways that we don't control. Like the gods are being talked about in references. They're being utilized as plot hooks, as comic booky kind of things. They're even being utilized politically in different ways. They're being made caricatures of. They're being, twisted far away from even the central source of our cultural representation of our gods from our people, and they're just trousing them off into different directions and all kinds of things. So one of the big things too about unifying is that we, in our unity, can control the cultural aspects of the way our ancestors and us currently now see the gods, and we can start to kind of fight against that, stand up against the way it's just being utilized by people who don't even believe in the gods. And so that's one thing. I think unity and organizing together as one helps to deflate and to fight against a lot of that, because it gives us an opportunity to talk about the gods. It gives us an opportunity for us to express to people who might ask that, oh, you know, I know you're thinking of like Thor from the comic books, and you know, those were invented by a couple of guys in the 50s and 60s that were looking for a character to you know, go into the expression of their stories that they wanted to tell, to sell, you know, books for that they would gain passive income from young kids in America. And so once you kind of explain that and say, but no, this is further back, this goes all the way back. It's not even just a Viking religion, where when you start dealing with people that maybe only have any correlation of the gods through like the History Channel or something of that nature. And we say, no, it goes further back than that. It's so much broader, and it has so much interconnectedness. It's not like the Goths or the Gutens, you know, they worshipped, you know, this god, and the Germans worshipped this god, and the Nords worship this god, and they have different names, and they're all different gods. No, those are all Odin. Those are all Wotan or Wodanaz or Godan. You know, the interconnectivity of our people is reattained by the expression of our faith. So knowing that history does help kind of counter that. I know it's such a kind of a reused thing, but you know, when I meet people that don't even realize that Thursday is in correlation to Thor, and how that's in their everyday life, they see it every day, they don't even have any thought about it, but they suddenly begin to realize, wow, that goes way back. And it, you know, when you start looking at other Aryan branches, and we see the striker, we see the catalytic throne, we see it being, you know, filled by the god that is the striker, we realize the ancientness power of our people, and how it's not just some comic book character. I would say the biggest way is to kind of help people understand that the mundane comic booky stuff was something invented recently, and it was used to gain passive income from kids in the form of a comic book. That's not what we're about, and our gods are much older than that. That perhaps, I guess the one benefit is that these creators saw heroism in the history of our gods and decided to try to capitalize on that. And I would say focus on, no, the true heroism of the god is what they were drawn to, but it goes farther back than that. And it's, you know, understanding the linguistics of Thor, understanding his name, why he's called Donner amongst the Germans, or Thunor, or Thoner, or Thunaraz, or Thor, or Thor amongst the Icelanders now, and Thor amongst the Swedes. Showing and mapping out a little bit of that, and letting them know this is way beyond that. And again, you know, these stories that they tell, whether they're bridging on a sense of unpiousness and things, that's something that can be brought up as well. No, the vast difference is that we know the ancientness of the gods. We know their correlation with our people. They've been with us forever, and yet they were taken, and they've been, you know, capitalized on. They've been twisted. They've been utilized to do different things. This happens to a lot of people, and we have an understanding that that's not right. It's not right for us to do it to other people. It's not right for them to do it to us. So garnering a sense of respect for the sanctity of spiritualism, and rejecting it being pulled or dragged into modernism and being utilized for, you know, creating comic books. things of that nature. I think that's one of the big things we can really kind of hit on to show that this isn't where we're at. We're not in this comic book realm. That wasn't us.
I think the big difference is piety versus impiety. I don't think that these other people believe in Thor. If you're trying to illustrate the differences or explain the actual personality of Thor to completely uninitiated people that have no idea, then certainly everything that Svan just said. But you mentioned that the uni version of Thor is X. Unis don't really believe in Thor. They don't really believe in our gods. They are also characterized by endemic mental illness. That is the situation there. Now, yes, I'm sure there's some unis out there that actually believe in our gods, but as a general rule, they don't. And they don't approach, they may think that they do, but they don't approach the gods as if they believe that these gods exist. If they did, they would be so much more cautious in the way they behave. They would be so much more respectful in the way that they behave, and they don't. I don't believe that the unis, by and large, believe in our gods. And then the second thing, the mental illness. These people are literally crazy, and it's very easy for us to be angry at them or to laugh at them because of their various eccentricities. At the end of the day, these are very unhealthy people. They live very unhealthy lives. They have very unhealthy family relationships, and there's a lot of damage there. So, I mean, I think that their ideas about our gods are a projection of that mental illness, and they're not done in a very sincere way. And I don't know if that really helps the question, but I think it contextualizes the question a little bit. Shay asks, do you see an evolution of Thor by way of wits versus brawn in the Alvis Mall? No, I don't. I see an evolution of our ancient folks' understanding of Thor. That's what I see. And that's the other thing to think about. No, our gods do not change and evolve with us. We come to a different relationship. Our relationship with our gods changes and evolves with us. And I think that that's kind of a fundamental difference that way. Our quest is to move closer to them. And this is really important about how we practice things in Asatru. Our goal is to become closer to our gods. And with the previous question, not to drag the gods down, to make them less, to bring them closer to us. It's our job to reach up and seek a better understanding and an increased closeness to them. And I think that's kind of at key there. Finn Wraith asks, could feeding the ravens be something the Allfather would be happy for us to do? Sure. Feeding birds is a nice thing. And I'm not to trivialize the question. Feeding birds is a nice thing to do. I think that our gods want us to do nice things. Being kind to animals is a specifically white trait. I'm sure there's other races of people that do nice things to animals here and there, but it was really interesting. I listened to an old episode of Red Ice many years ago, and there was a Dravidian Indian man on there talking about how, you know, his people are so fascinated by how white people go out of their way to treat animals with kindness, because it's not something that you find everywhere. So I think that's also a nice thing. The other thing is, if you're doing it as the raven being a symbol of Odin and as an act of devotion, doing something nice and then doing it in the name of or as a devotion to one of our gods, that's always a great thing to do.
It's even.
I think that's fantastic. And in a little bit more metaphysical sense, I think that very often the animals that occupy a special place, there's a correlation between them and the spirits that reside there. And I think the animals are functionaries very often of other unseen powers. I think that's, we all know that when we take our offerings outside and we put them in the yard, the gods don't manifest and eat the food that we leave for them rather. Scavengers and other animals do, but I think that's part of how that process works of transmitting what we offer into that spiritual realm is through the medium of animals. So yeah, I think that that's probably a very, that's a great idea if that's something you want to do. Svan, did you have thoughts on it?
Yeah, just to say, doing something nice, placing that out into the ecosystem of things. Again, of course, considering or building your understanding of wisdom. I remember as a kid feeding, ducks bread, and then over time, people talked about how it might be not good for them and things like that. And so things change. And so our understanding of things. So when you introduce something into the ecosystem, take care in doing that with wisdom. Make sure, look around, read. I read a book called The Mind of the Raven, and it was strictly a zoological book about the intelligence of ravens and the intelligence of the Korvax, birds and their ways of recognizing face and all of that stuff. That's all super interesting stuff that I think on a material level interjects us into the ecosystem. What you're also talking about, though, is the moment you make it a religious thing, you're also kind of interjecting a gift into a spiritual ecosystem. And I think that's what Al-Siragodi was talking about. Like when we lay out the offering is the soul of the offering is already been given up. And then sometimes, whether you see like we pour out mead into certain places, like a horg outside or a tree outside, we'll see ants or we'll see bugs like kind of attracted to the mead and all that stuff. But we're the placement of understanding the physical injection into an ecosystem has value for you to understand that you're also kind of now making it an injection into the spiritual ecosystem when you talk about the direct connection of giving a gift to these birds in a kind of correlation to Odin. Then you've expounded on one movement of doing a good thing and added another layer to it. So do that again with reverence, with knowledge, with the ability to study. All of these things, that's all part of the devotional act, is not just tossing something out and saying, "Hail Odin." No, instead you're taking the moment to read up on the species of bird in your area, and to make sure that you're not hurting them, and that you are then adding a spiritual component and saying, I'm doing this, and this transference to Odin has correlation to me, and I want to do it well. So you take that whole thing, and it just could seem as such a simple, kind of mundane act, but you can make it extremely effectively spiritual, both inward and outward, as you do that gift transfer between the inner spiritual ecosystem of your soul and the external spiritual ecosystem of the world around you.
Svan, go ahead and take this one. Sarah asks, can you talk a little on Thor's children and what we know about them?
Okay. So when we talk about the interesting part, first and foremost, would be let's tackle Thrúður or Thrúð, the daughter of Thor, Sif, and Thor. Now, the Old Norse word Sif means like siblinghood or familyhood, the idea of your kin. There are connections too that that we see in the allegoric significance of Sif losing her hair, and some people have placed that into the idea of the harvesting of wheat, and then correlating that with the thunderhead over the wheat, ripening the wheat as a good sign of fertility of that. So Thrúð is seen as strength. She comes from Sif and Thor respectively, and I have met many Asatru and that talk about this correlation between the thunder and the land that is owned by the farmer, and that the fields and the groves that fed the family, this correlation held deep connections in the conduit, like interactions between like Sif in a physical sense in the world, and Thor in a physical sense in the world amongst the storms. So a lot of idea of Thruth being the utilization of the fruits of the land, the idea of the desire and the will to extend the bounty of the land in a physical way, I think is one correlation to Thruth that I've always held very deep value into. Is when you take the wheat and you take the vegetation from the land and you seek to extend its bounty through fermentation, through food preparation, through the maintenance of making sure that it lasts through the winter, that you get the full bounty of it. There is a sense there when we're talking about taking wheat and turning it into ale, or taking the food and brining it and extending it. I think that strength, the extension of the fruitfulness of the land, I think is culturally significant of Thruth. I think it's a dynamic of power that extends from Thor through Thruth as a will to actively and intelligently prepare for the cold, prepare for the winter, and extend with strength, with will, the extra bounty of the land. Not to just let it, eat it while you got it, and then whatever's left over just dies out. No, there's a willful strength to make it last, to keep the fermentation of the ale and the cabbage or the vegetables. These things, it sounds mundane, but in reality, it is a deeply spiritual thing when we try to take the fruitfulness that we prayed to the gods to sprout up from the land, and then to take those gifts and to take extra care of them so that they can feed your family, that they can improve your health and make you stronger and more vitality. There's a lot of power, I think, in Thruth and Sifa and Thor in that dynamicism that they have. Now, when we talk about Magni and Modi do not come from Sif. So in placement, if we were to look at like how Snorri tries to oftentimes make a chronological sense of things, it is mentioned that Thor is in relation with Jarnsaksa, iron knife, or the iron knife, the Jotunus, or the earth Jotun that is, and again, we've talked about how Jotuns in their correlation of when they take on an allegiance to the Asa and let go of their allegiance to the Jotuns, are they still Jotuns? When we see about Magni and Modi and iron knife, we see a couple of correlations. One, immediately iron to the earth and the idea of the formulation of metal and creating power through metallurgy. So some folks I've talked to, and I'm still engaging in some of these ideas as I evolve and pray and try to figure out things, that the correlation could be between the manifesting of will through metal and through the earth. And so there is that. But it's worth noting that Heimdall is mentioned as being the mother of the 9 waves, and one of those waves, if they're representations of, say, a river, there is the correlation of a possibility of Jarnsaksa being a river. Now, I'm still in the process of looking into all of that, and I don't want to say absolutely one way or another. It's an evolutionary process of it, but basically, Magni and Modi, strength and might, or strength and ferocity, come from the earth, and the connection between Thor and the metal of the earth, or the knot, the seed of iron, the seed in the vein under the ground that doesn't produce vegetation, produces metal, produces a solid matter that's very, very different than, say, like a vegetative cycle matter. So I think Magni and Modi have correlation in there to strength of iron or strength of metallurgy, and then the might and the fury that that can kind of correlate from the attainment and the knowledge of that technology, and the idea of what creating. I think especially at the time as we were shifting from iron to steel and adding carbon, a lot of this the allegoric sense of evolution is kind of played out in their names. And again, it's more or less our understanding of them as we grow technologically. Suddenly, their names have a whole new kind of concept and meaning. The last thing I would bring up too is in the Eddas, Ullr is mentioned as the stepson of Thor through Sif, and there is no mention of Ullr's father or it's just not mentioned. Perhaps it was known, perhaps it was lost, perhaps by the time that Snorri was collecting the stories and turning them into verse, or collecting verse and organizing them, that knowledge was lost. So there is, some people also say maybe Snorri was trying to find connectivity. I'm not here to go down that rabbit hole and burn that time here on our podcast, but it is mentioned that he is the stepson of Sif, and that he is the god of the hunt, and it has great prominence, especially in the late Nordic period. Especially if you glint a little bit at what Saxo was saying, and Saxo Grammaticus is not, as a person and what he was doing, I don't think he was reverent towards the gods, but he does seem to hint towards things before him that may have been placed in the cycles of time. Ullr being correlated to hunting, and being correlated to skiing, and being correlated to, again, might and power of a weapon, the holmgang, the duel between folk, two men fighting each other, and the idea of the shield and the weapon holding to strength in that moment of conflict. It's worth noting again that he's somewhat connected to Thor in that regards, by being a foster child. So understanding the way that context might be in Scandinavia, the idea of people did have, like women would, their husbands would die, they would have children, and then they would join in marriage and matrimony with a husband, and that husband may have children already as well. And so the strength and the siblinghood, again, connection to Sif and the idea of the family, the extended family, the fostering of children, I think does play out a lot in that descriptor that Snorri uses. Is he's, I think, lending to the idea of the strength in fostering, the strength in having extensions of yourself in correlation to the earth and the fruits that you're given. So the children of Thor have always, to me, have represented an extension of willful might. And Ullr would be already his own, but it is fostered into that might as well by Thor. And it makes Thrudheim, it makes the godheads of Thrudheim stronger. And there's no like a bitterness or a sense of strangeness there. And in essence, it's talking, I think, about real social issues that were present, especially in the late Nordic period, with the losses of husbands because of wars, or just going out to the sea and never coming back, or pledging allegiance in places and then receiving a grievous injury and not being able to make the trip home. And then what happens to the family and the unification of this, of siblinghood, is all kind of playing out in those familial correlations in the Eddas. So from a spiritual sense, I see them as an extension of might of Thor, much like as we would look at the Valkyria as a extension of will from Odin. We see the children of Thor doing that, but also they are kind of like a god's seed, because after Ragnarok, it is Magni and Modi who take up the weapons of their father. And again, this correlating to Gridavoll and to Mjolnir, and how Gridavoll was a weapon before Mjolnir, and that there's two weapons that are set aside, and there are two children that are mentioned as taking up the position of their father. That is a very interesting correlation, I think, that is worth looking into and kind of trying to get a new understanding of the way how that might work. And So I hope that covers, everything. We talk about Magni and Modi and Thrúður and Ullur, and we see how their connections to Thor bring them into the house of strength, the home of strength, and what Thor represents overarching for each one of those gods in a symbolic sense to us as humans. That would be my answer there. I hope that helps or makes some clarity.
Well, there you have it. Varyag, there can be a difference between a broad message and an individual revelation, though. No. So everything can be representative of a higher cosmic order, but individual revelation is distinct. I think I follow what you're saying, and yeah, absolutely. And again, maybe I'm missing some finer points in what you're trying to ask, but I guess what I'd say when it comes to metaphysical things, the gods interact with us as a group in a certain way. And that's why I think there's so much power in AFA rituals, because I mean, sometimes at a big event, we'll have 150 people all worshiping one of our gods in that ritual space and all putting their might into that. And I think the gods interact with us in that way very differently than they do with us in the quiet of our own dreams or our own altar work or whatever we may do. I don't think that our gods necessarily have some deep revelatory interaction with everybody, but they're gods. They can do what they want, and I don't preclude that they do interact with many of our people directly. I think they choose people for specific reasons or due to specific merit, or maybe just because they have a particular fondness for that person or that family. I think that very often revelation comes from ancestors and heroes that maybe you have a connection with. But yeah, I think the tone and the intention behind intentional or individual revelation certainly tends to be different than in a group context. That's the best I can do trying to understand your question. If I didn't get it right, please go ahead and ask again. Svan, what are your thoughts on that question the way it was asked?
I would say just the idea is that is there a disconnect between the personal and the group? Is there a disconnect between an individual and the theod, the folk, the people, the nation, the inner guard, if you will? If you have, there's nothing stating in our outlook of the world that an individual's troth or individual faith or revelations that they have amongst the gods or with the gods or working with the gods or giving devotion to the gods is that's your personal stuff. What the only difference is why is there a disconnect to saying that those personal works with the gods will somehow cut off the moment you enter into the nation or into the inner guard, into the whole of the people. In actuality, and I think a lot of people, again, we have this instinctual thing of like rabid individualism, and that somehow it's going to be affronted or knocked down because I step into the group and say and have these things. In reality, I think the inner guard exists and the outer guard exists for a function of its own. The moment you become inner guard, your revelations and personal insights could very well lead to great movement forward. I don't see why there's a disconnect that to join with the folk and to join with the whole somehow lessens or that it's perceived that the whole is going to look at your personal works with the gods as being lesser. Every single one of us, whether we're Gothar or whether we're individual practitioners or leaders of kindreds or just somebody who's very spiritual aware amongst a close-knit family or group of people, all of those people can help in moving us forward. We organize because it best correlates the logistics of the way we're doing things. We organize because we create hierarchy because we emulate the gods in creating order. But the idea is that the whole does not somehow immediately negate the individual, but instead the difference is when you're outer guard, you're just yourself. When you're inner guard, you're adding to the whole, or have the ability to add to the whole.
So Varyag, I saw a little bit more of what you're saying over on the side, and I might could add a little bit of context here. It's hard to put words, and again, it's hard to put words around certain metaphysical contexts, but I get what you're saying. Ravens, for example, use the example of ravens. Animal sign could be meaningful for large groups of people, but it also could just be a personal thing to you. And that's why I mean, some of the message comes from within on a certain connection you're trying to make. And I don't think that's just your imagination. I think that is in itself a metaphysical message from the divine realms, maybe from your ancestors, maybe from the gods. But if you see a raven at a particular time to where it's meaningful to you because of, a question you've been wrestling with or something in your life, and at that point it harkens back to something and awakens something in you, in your understanding of Odin or in him communicating something to you, I think that's absolutely a valid thing. I think it may not always be a valid thing, but certainly sometimes I think it's a valid thing. And that's not necessarily, meant for everyone. I had an experience one time. We talked earlier about the cowardly exodus of a bunch of people that had signed on to be the backbone of Thorshof to make it work, and people having to step in and take that over. Well, we had a really similar situation happen with Baldershof as well. And during that time, a person who was actually a member of our Witan and a very close friend of mine made a quick fear-based exodus from us and broke that relationship. And I was in a really, it hit me really hard that evening. And I was off by myself, and in my own life, stags have been meaningful to me at different times. And I was, it knocked me flat there for a second. It really hurt. And I was, very hopeful that we could pull it together. There was so much riding on this person and his kindred in the success of Baldershof, or the ability to make that work. There was so much work that needed to be done on it. There was all these things in my head. Anyways, I was at a low point to where I'm trying to think the best way to put it, but I was just at a low point. And I was very inspired by, at that moment in the middle of a downtown, a stag with antlers crossed the road in front of where I was at. And this was late at night, and certainly unusual for me, but it was powerful, and I thought it was very meaningful, and I believe it was very meaningful to this day. And I don't think it was meaningful in the sense of, you're the head of the AFA, this is a message for the AFA. I think this was just a message for Matt, and I believe that strongly. So absolutely, those things happen. That's the thing.
I wanted to make a point too. So, Varyag, what we're also talking about too is a very interesting concept, and it's very, I'll say this in the context that's right. It's very weird because I was reading on this very subject on an unrelated thing about this podcast. I was studying tripartites and Aryan branches, and one of the things that came up that was significant to me is just being interesting, but now it's having a very, very poignant thing, is when I was looking at the early Etruscans, and this before their correlation with Rome and the Romans on the peninsula. And one of the things that came up was the title immanent polytheism, because we do talk about hard polytheism when we see the gods as whole, individual, willful beings. And then some people look at, I would guess would be kind of like archetypal or hypostasis, in which the gods are kind of just like trails connected to each other, and that they could ultimately be led back to some sort of figure, whether it's a masculine figure and a feminine figure. We've talked about like the difference between hard polytheism and polytheism that boils the individual gods down into like a lord and a lady, or just one to the other. We're not going to go into like that right now, but one of the things that I wanted to bring up was, when we talk about immanent polytheism, it was actually written down by Seneca the Younger, and he talked about it in relation to the Etruscans. And I just think it's really interesting that all visible phenomena to the Etruscans was considered to be manifestations of divine power and will, and that power was embodied in the deities, who acted continually on the world and could be dissuaded or persuaded by mortal men in their activities within the physical world. And he says, Seneca the Younger says, whereas we believe that lightning is to be released as the result of the collision of the formulation of storms, they, talking about the Etruscans, believe that the clouds collide so as to release lightning, for they are attributed to the deity that is releasing the lightning. And they talk about the lightning holders amongst the Etruscans, that there were multiple gods that wielded lightning. For as they attribute all to deity, they are led to believe not that things have meaning insofar as that they occur, but rather that they occur because they must have meaning. And so one of the things I would really recommend you look into is immanent polytheism. That's just good insight. I'm looking into it too. Let's do it together. Like, I want to hear you come back on the podcast and ask questions more about it, or maybe some insights that you got, and we can go from there. But that's something I wanted to lay out there. Immanent polytheism.
All right, our next question from Ali. Can you speak on Thor's trials in Utgard and the themes we can glean from them? I'm going to let you go ahead and take this, Svan.
Okay, so a couple of things happen, and first and foremost, when you talk about the trials of Thor, there are, of course, other trials going on that involve other characters in the story, obviously Thialfi and Loki. Roskva does not seem to have placement in the trials, so it's worth just noting that, of course, Thialfi goes against thought, or of memory, or of the wit of thinking. And remember, poetically, our ancestors applied different titles. So like there's 3 or 4 different names for a raven, whether you're talking about the physical animal, the poetic animal, things like that. So when we see Thialfi racing against Huey, we see this the race between, like, I guess, poetic wit is possibly playing out, or in actuality even just memory itself, or collective memory. Perhaps some people have postulated that our memories can since our memories go to the east, which is the symbolic direction of the Jotuns, there are 4 worlds connected to the middle, and that being Ljósálfheim and Svartálfheim, and then we see Vanaheim and Jotunheim. And in the east, the memory well is there, and so we see the root structure of the network of power that is Yggdrasil. It's seen as a network of power, and that root tap goes into the east, into the primordial. So if we were looking at Utgard Loki as kind of a differentiation into the east, into the more primordial building blocks of the material world, we could see that perhaps the actions, and therefore the thoughts and memories that relate from Middle Earth, or the Middle Guard, is extending out eastward. That it has a place because we see Jotunheim as the primordial building material of the middle world. This correlation of the interaction between the things of the past, things of the eternal, things that were deeply primordial, left over or breached from Ymir when he was slain, and the flood, the primordial ocean, which holds great ancient secrets, and even animals now that were longer before than even the dinosaurs, like, you know, sharks and things like that. We see this essence of the primordial being associated to mountains, to the land, and in specific, the direction that our ancestors chose to correlate that to was into the east. And this may have contextual sense amongst the Norwegians, as you know, living on the west coast of Norway and seeing the mountains in the east. But it was a symbolic direction, and so when Thor goes into the east, he goes into the land of the primordial creation, into the land of the things that were around since before man, and he goes in and he correlates himself against things that are older than the Midgard itself. And so his tests are unique in that regards. So we see this constraint or understanding that his trials are placed around what he does in Jotunheim connects to Midgard. And that's a very interesting thing. Again, I'm talking about the East being primordial source. It is connected to the Midgard, our time, our memories, and also to things that happen in Jotunheim, especially the ones that are actually moved by Thor, happen in the Midgard. When he drinks from the horn, he lowers the sea. When he lifts up Jormungandr, he's shifting that which encapsulates the Midgard. When he fights against time, he's fighting against the constant draw of time. And again, it's worth noting that the Mjolnir come from the east. They are, again, the building blocks of the primordial material world come from Jotunheim. And so when Thor goes into Jotunheim and he tests himself against those things in Jotunheim that are greater representations, and of course he finds that out in the end, the whole story is deeply connected to showing how the catalytic God can come down from heaven into the middle realm, move into the primordial collection, the things that make the spirit of the world that was the world was fashioned from, and go against forces in that world that are older than the world itself, or somehow contain that world. He then shows his might. He shows his deep connection between the upper and the middle by stepping into the primordial and wrestling, quite literally, time itself, moving the binding agent, the constricting agent, the holding agent of the middle world, by lifting Jormungandr in the form of a cat, and also too when he drinks from the horn. And so each of these trials have context. When we talk about drinking games and things like that, it has context to the people that the poem was being recited to. The correlation between drinking and Thor is very, very clear in the stories, but it also applies. I noticed in some of the comments, somebody had brought up about Ukko. Ukko amongst the Sami, clearly the Sami or the Laplander folk had, there was transference there, or I don't know to what degree. Most people believe that there was an accepting of Thor, or that Thor was already amongst them, just in their own version. But he went by other names too amongst the Sami, other than Ukko. He also went under Horagalis and also Toraturos. And there are direct correlations to some of the rituals. The consumption of alcohol and the amount that is consumed was seen as a correlation to the might of the god. That perhaps the people were a conduit, and that their consumption of the bounty the extended bounty of ale that had been produced, somehow correlated back into a gift giving of strength. And this is just by accounts. So the fullness of this ritual I'm not super familiar with, but it's worth noting that the context of the drinking game would have palpable entertainment value / spiritual understanding / cultural understanding of the idea of what he's doing. And then the lifting of the cat, again, it's tongue in cheek with the ideas like when you pick up a cat and their stomach kind of stretches, they're making that joke. Oh, it's just simply as lifting a cat up, and then suddenly it's not. And then it expands out to the constrictive force of the equilibrium of the planet. Some have it correlated to the equator or to the currents of the ocean. And so thus literally the constraint of flow of the primordial ocean around the Midgard is being shifted. So the water's being dropped, it's being moved, and then time itself is being wrestled against, and it only brings him to one knee. And then of course Utgard Loki says, if I had known the power you possessed, I would have never let you in here. And of course, again, there's that tongue-in-cheek thing in which basically there's this kind of like long list of trials that are demeaning, or but then they turn out they're not demeaning at all. They're actually extremely huge, and suddenly Thor and Loki and Thialfi and Roskva suddenly come to a new realization, one of how deep and how residual the primordial realm is, but also how much he could then affect it in that world, and it would affect the middle world. So that, I think, is the power of that story in relation to like metaphysical concepts, and the power of Thor in relation to the very material plane that we live on.
Landon asks, is it a must to wear Thor's hammer in Asatru? Yes. So let me qualify the yes. You do what you want, but if your intention is to wear something that symbolically represents Asatru, then yes. It is what it is. Everybody that, and I meant this earlier, the more we spread out on everything, the less words escape me tonight a little bit. I apologize. The less goes behind the force of that point. If we're all behind the tip of that spear, then it has power behind it and has a meaning. Branding matters. The cross equals Christianity. If you are any person in the entire world and you see a cross, that equals Jesus. And you get that, and everybody understands it. Star of David equals Judaism. Thor's hammer equals Asatru, and it needs to, because if it doesn't, then we lose all that containment. If you go somewhere wearing a Thor's hammer, and this has happened, I mean, this is an amazing thing that's happened in the time that I've been involved in Asatru. There was a time that, nobody would recognize a hammer. Is that a broken cross? Is that an anchor? No, anymore. I get comments very regularly at the gas station, at the store, at wherever, hey, nice hammer. They understand that it's a hammer. They understand it's Thor's hammer, and they understand it means that I'm Asatru. If you have a boar, most people don't know that that means that you worship Freyr. If you have, a falcon or something, most of that people don't realize that's a reference to Freya, or any of the other symbols of our gods. Wear them as well, wear them in addition. But if the point is, and the point for our ancestors certainly was, to identify themselves as true to the Aesir, then yes, the hammer of Thor is what identified that to everyone outside and inside. Hey, he's one of us, or hey, he's on the other team. So in that sense, I do think it's essential if that's what you're trying to do with your jewelry. If you just want to wear a pendant to for you personally, because you feel devoted to a certain God and it's between you and that God, then by all means, wear whatever you think is appropriate that way, please. But the one doesn't restrict the other. You feel you could go out there and be the Asatru Mr. T if you want, and you can have all the bling you need. I'm not even joking with it. I mean it 100% serious. You go hard. But the hammer itself is going to mean something to the people you encounter, whereas the other symbols aren't. Vorgoth, donate. All right. This is our first donation we've gotten from Odyssey. I am not very familiar with Odyssey or how it works. We get donations there in cryptocurrency. Vorgoth donated 5 Libri credits on Odyssey. No idea how much that is. I'm going to assume it's a fortune, and I appreciate it. On a very serious note, Vorgoth, thank you very much. I'm glad that you guys over at Odyssey are listening to us. This is the first time we've been there, so I'm excited to reach a different audience there. Charles asks, when it comes to Hoff locations, what made each building stand out? Svan, what, as far as our Hoffs go, and you've been to all 4, what made each of them, what's the standout feature, feeling, thing about that location of the building to you?
Wow. I mean, one thing that I clearly came across that I don't think we were intending to plan, that seems to, again, become a thing. We weren't really even trying to do this, but all the entryways, the main entryways, face north. And the north has a significance within our culture. And so I always find it amazing to see the North Star right above the Hoffs. And
flag on the play, Odin's Hoff entryway faces south.
Yes, but when you look at the entryway, are you facing?
When you're facing the entryway, facing
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. All of our temples, when you face the entryway, when you walk into, I should have clarified that. The direction when you walk into, they're northbound. They're always northbound, and I don't think that was no.
Odin's Hoff is backward to that.
Oh, it faces the north. So when you walk out.
No. When you walk into the building is, you are looking south when you approach the doors.
So you're coming from the north.
You're coming from the north to the south.
Oh. Okay, well then Baldur's Hoff, Thor's Hoff, and Njord's Hoff, when you're coming from the south going northward, I don't know. That was something that I had noticed. I thought for some reason Odin's Hoff was also the same in that regards. But again, that wasn't by any means a reason for our choosing the Hoffs. That correlation was just kind of noticed when going to the Hoff, seeing the North Star above the door. To be fair, I went to Odin's Hoff in midsummer and was up there during the day at the height of the sun, so there wasn't a lot of nighttime coming in and out. I would say for one perfect example, other than the fact that, like with Thor's Hoff, I was trying to build a place in a vacuum that the North Carolina people had kind of dissipated, and so we were trying to build something there. The other thing is upon praying to Thor, and I always find this very strange, I was praying to Thor for the success of the Hoff to be found in Minnesota, because we weren't fully formulated on the East Coast. But after that bloat and after that prayer, all of a sudden, the East Coast and North Carolina immediately fell into place. Everything, it was like driving through intersections, and all of a sudden every light turned green, and it was one threshold after another that needed to be done was getting done. So I've always kind of taken that as being significant, especially for Thor's Hoff, is that the prices became very eligible. The people that I was dealing with as far as real estate and all of that stuff, very, very accommodating. everybody involved, the whole thing, it just suddenly opened up and immediately just planted itself. And so when I thought Thor's Hof was going to be in Minnesota and we were going to, look at the third Hof in the East Coast, suddenly the East Coast became a thing right in front of me at very, very quick notice right after that kind of moment. And I wasn't intending in the prayer to direct towards us here. It was towards Minnesota. And but it ended up being us, and it ended up being me. And again, I wasn't the only person at the time during that prayer that was being involved in this whole situation, and we hadn't even really locked down a location yet. So I mean, synchronicity wise, I think that's important. But I mean, I think there's also tangible stuff. Populace, the amount of members that are in an area, and I think that, I mean, you would definitely better cover that. But accommodating the folk. What are your thoughts on that one, as far as like the consideration when we look at the membership map, when we look at, these things are hugely important, and the activity of the folk builders and the kindreds in the area and things like that.
So this is an aside, but Charles, I will get back to your question here in a second. It's literally weird, the interplay of things that come together when we make a decision on a location. It's about price. It's about the land, where it is, if it's inside a town, if it's not, its proximity to clusters of members. Usually we try to look at like a 3-hour commute radius. How it affects, what leaders we have where we need them. So many different factors, and it's hard. Like on, many of our Hofs. So Odin's Hof was an obvious choice because that's where our main core of membership at that time was, and because at the time that was a project being run. That was the only Hof. And our leader at the time, Steve McNallen, lived there, or lived very close to there. So it was kind of a no-brainer. That's where that first Hof needed to go. As far as the second Hof, we could choose from a lot of different places. For the third Hof, we could have chosen many different places. But for the fourth Hof, for Njord's Hof, it was very important that it wasn't a mountainous place, and that it was very close, as close as we could get to the water. In a perfect world, it would have been great to have it, on the beach. But realistically, to at least get it in a state to where there was water nearby, that was very important. There's some of our gods, like Uller, we want in a place that has, snow and winter. It would be very strange to have Uller's Hof in the tropics. Hopefully one day Uller has many Hofs, and one of them, I hope, is in a tropical location. That's fantastic. But for the first one, that would be very, that wouldn't be as auspicious as we'd like. So that all goes into it. But at the end of the day, the gods and the Mjolnir have their hand to play in it as well. And sometimes magical things happen, and I feel very strongly that each of the Hofs that we've gotten so far is the exact one we need in the exact place that we need. But back to your question, Charles, you asked kind of what was a kind of a standout of each of the Hofs, and I guess what, in a way, what still is. Odin's Hof, it's really interesting. If you look at it on a like a satellite view, it doesn't seem like it's in the middle of nowhere. It's got, it's got buildings all around it, and people live all around it, but it's in this little tiny mountain town. And the way it is with all the big California trees, with all the redwoods and beautiful trees there, it feels like you're in the middle of nowhere. You feel it. It's such a cool feeling, like you're camping, feeling like you're in the middle of nowhere, feeling there. The building is neat. It's set up like a hall. in that way. It's got, a big main room that we all get in, and it's really special that way. And it really does feel like you're out in the middle of nowhere, even though you're very close to things all around you. Thor's Hof is really special because for a number of reasons. It's a much older building. Odenshof is from, I believe, 1930. For whatever reason, I'm having a brain fart, either 32 or 38, but from the 1930s. Thor's Hof is much older, and trying to figure out exactly where it is, like when it was built, and Svan may know this, is a little bit tricky for me. I know there's been religious use on that site for a very long time. The current Hof as we have it is, I believe, in the mid 1870s. It's a much older building, at least the main building there is. One of the cool things about it is it's got this bell tower, and we have a functioning bell tower there that's really, really special. But something else about it, and this was originally all part of one property, and it was split off with our purchase of it. But it's right across the street from a really well-maintained graveyard, and that's special. There's all that energy there from the people who are laid to rest there, and it's really special. And it's got the honor of having at least one Confederate soldier that's buried there in that graveyard, and it's taken really well care of. It's really well taken care of by the community. And we discovered at Thor's Hof that we want the first of the graves of people who were interred there was actually by the Hof itself. So it's still ours and on our property, of Mr. Philip Bethea. And so having that presence of somebody who's been buried there since the first years of the 1900s is another really special thing about that place. And we've done our best to honor him, and we've got him a new stone and got him taken care of. But that's kind of a standout of Thor's Hof. Of Baldur's Hof, standout of the building was that place was a dump when we got it. It was so just not taken care of and neglected, and some crackheads had moved in there, and it was in a terrible state when we got it. And the beauty that our people have put in it to make it worthy of Baldur is a testament to their faith and to their piety. It's beautiful now. The cool thing about that, and you'll only really notice it if you see it at night, but when it's got these beautiful stained glass windows all around it. And so when everything's dark outside and you're standing outside looking in, you see the light from our people inside, worshiping and doing whatever we're doing, coming out through that front door and coming out through those windows. And it's really beautiful to behold. And I don't know about that neighborhood, about that community. It's right across the street from these huge grain silos, but the way the trees are there, you never really see them or notice that they're there. It's also on a main drag at Baldur's Hof, and people pretty steadily are filing by, having nice things to say or waving or showing support. And that's a really neat thing there too. I've been to Njord's Hof less than the other Hofs. So I've only been to Njord's Hof once so far. And this isn't so much about the building, but about the lot. It's a really neat lot. And I think we have a total of 5 acres there. But it's really cool. They've got beautiful live oaks there. And one particularly that you see as you drive into the parking lot, it's just beautiful. I love the trees down there. There's so much character to them. These trees are often very ancient. I'm not sure the age of that tree, but it's just a really beautiful thing to pull in and to see there. And it's also got 2 really very nice ponds. And I think especially for a Hof to Njord, it's nice to have some water there. Last time I checked, and I ask people all the time, as far as we know, there are no gators in those ponds. Unfortunately, I think it'd be kind of cool. But they're really neat ponds there. So I think those are the standouts to me. Here we got our message from King of Cheese. I finally made it. I'm a wizard. I arrive exactly when I mean to. Matt, Svan, how are you two? Svan, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Tony, I am doing great too. I know I give you the same answer all the time, but I hope I always do. I don't want to have the time where I tell you I'm miserable. No, I'm doing really good. We're 3 hours in, and there's tons of questions left. So it's a long night, but it's always great to talk to Svan, and it's great to interact with all these folks. It's really cool that this week we're on 2 different platforms, so we're getting this out there to folks that maybe haven't been able to see it or interact with it before, which is cool. I'm having a great night. Things are going great in general. We're making good progress on Sigerheim. Life is good, Tony. Life is good. Nick, my question is, does Asatru practice have any overlap with the myths or history associated with the people of the lost city of Atlantis? What are your thoughts in regards to that, Svan?
Ooh. To my recollection, this is a good question because this sideswiped me. A lost island, and in correlation to its mentioning amongst the Greeks. As far as especially with a seafaring folk like our ancestors were, I can't think off the top of my head if there's any lore correlation to a mentioning of the the island or the land of Atlantis, or the mentioning of it amongst the Greeks. And really, I can't even think of people that may have even thought about some correlations to it in other ways. I mean, like, I know that there's mention of course too, that there's possibly a mythical island, or an island that is the origination of the Kinslayer's mother, Laufey, and being a leafy island. But there, I can't say that there's any correlation between those two, and I don't have any knowledge that there is a correlation. But as far as based on the faith and its correlation to Atlantis specifically as a place, I don't really, nothing off the top of my head. I don't know. That's something to write down.
So I know there's esoteric ideas about ages of the races of men that were dominant on the earth, and that those esoteric circles come into play. Like there's an overlap between Asatru in some ways, but in any kind of a fleshed out in a serious way, I don't think so. I think that our knowledge of that level of prehistory is just so incomplete that it's hard to know that. I've always found it fascinating and interesting. There's one theory. Okay, so the standard understanding is that our historical development as people has been linear from, primitive cavemen people to the level of technology we have now. But I'm also aware that there's theories that, we were once much more advanced beings, and we went through, periods of catastrophe and dropped and rose and dropped and rose with our knowledge. It's hard to say. When you get in that level of antiquity, it's so far back that it's very hard to have consistent understanding of that. So the short answer, and this isn't meant as a dodge, this is first, I don't know. Secondly, it's so far back that I think that those correlations to Asatru are not obvious. But what is worth noting is if we came from higher beings or if we evolved from more primitive beings, either way, our gods are the gods of our race since we were people. And that is the case in either or both of those directions, however it plays out. So our gods, if Atlantis were real and if it were populated by Aryans, then we are worshiping the same gods that the Atlanteans did. They are the gods of our race as far back as our race exists. Steve asked, Matt, you selling that tie? Totally ties your goat status to, or it takes your goat status to a new level. I'm glad you like the tie. I'm not marketing these. Perhaps I should. I don't know if the good people at, can't even find a tag. Alexander Julian's Colors want my services in that regard, but here I am. Let me know. Landon, when starting to learn runes, what would be the best recommendation? If you're just starting out, I always recommend the Runes Workbook by Leon D. Wild. I think it's fantastic. I think it's a really, really good introduction. Yeah, I can't say enough good about it. I really like that as a very introductory book. After that, I would recommend pretty much any of Edred Thorson's rune books. Svan, what say you on a good place to start if you're starting fresh on runes?
I would say if you're starting out on runes from a book standpoint, Rune Lore by Edred Thorson, in the sense that it places you in the spectrum of understanding how the runes have influenced different epochs of time. He goes all the way back to the Kelver Stone and the Vestana Brecte, and then he moves on into the Renaissance periods and how the Futharks that were correlated in Germany. Some of them were medieval heraldic marks and had extended from there all the way into where he talks about in the Anglo and Frisian and its correlations there to the Isles, as well as the evolution of the younger Futhark. So it really just paints a great picture of understanding how all of the runic lore throughout the ages has affected things. As far as I would say, like a great site to look at that for starting out and getting a ton of information would probably be Sunnyways, runic, sunnyways.com, I think is what it's called. It's a very old website that just phenomenal information. They have, like an A to Z encyclopedia of the etymology of, every Jotun and god in the Eddas, to all of the different aspects of like how to determine negatives amongst runic studies, whether it's like placement on during a cast, or whether it's about an angular system involving like a petrogram or a pictogram, in which they have spokes, and in each spoke correlates to another spoke. That's some concepts that I think are really cool for people to kind of break away from the idea of like an upside down rune is a negative rune and a right side up rune is a positive rune. There's a lot of information out there, and so when you're looking for something to kind of tie yourself down, that website is awesome too, to kind of really hit some basic stuff to get the idea of what casting is and why you cast. How there are the mentions of it by Tacitus versus the modern practitioners, and how some of them pull singular, a triplicate, and then some even expound even more into other groups. But the way that website works is it doesn't necessarily say one way or the other. It just kind of lays it all out for people to like absorb, take pieces of it. But it also talks about denizens of the spiritual world and the gods and some of the forces that they encounter, and talks about some of them as well. So it's really good, broad beginners starting point.
There you go. I think I would urge learn about the runes before you attempt to use them on things. Yeah, I think I think people are too cavalier with their magical practice. Learn what you're doing, be humble when you're doing it, and keep in mind that very often the way runes become useful, especially in a casting sense, is they're a lens for you to see questions or see things through. So there can be messages from the outside that influence the runes, but there's also messages from the inside that are organized or clarified by your interpretations of the runes. Both of those things are valid, and both of those things go in a good rune pull. So keep that in mind. And yeah, like I'd say, get a solid foundation before you play around with it too much, I would think. Varyeg, what are your thoughts on the Helliand, the story version of the Christian Gospels written for the Saxons, missionaries trying to sneak in the new faith, or our ancestors Nordicizing their new religion? What are your thoughts, Svan?
I actually, I don't have a lot of experience on this. I don't, yeah, I don't have a lot of experience on this story. I mean, maybe I've read pieces of it and I just didn't realize where it was coming from. I'm trying to think of exactly whereabouts. Hyaland. Is it spelled Highland or Hyalund?
It's spelled Heliand.
Hel.
Mm-hmm.
Let me take a look. Yeah, this is Heliand. Yes. I don't have a lot of information on this one. I haven't really delved into it. Again, I did a stint where I was studying Anglo-Saxon lore and studying Anglo-Saxon language, and looking into like Dior and Beowulf, and the stories of Wayland. I have looked into, but I have not looked into this. I dropped something in on that I'm gonna look into, but to be honest, not a ton on this from me.
Yes to both of your questions. Yes, intentionally on the first, and I think less so on the second. But you know what? Scratch that. Yes on both. And we see this a lot in European Christianity is so very, very different than other Christianity. And that X factor is our folk soul. To sell Christianity and convert people in Northern and Western Europe and Eastern Europe, it was so incompatible with our faith and the warrior ethos of the time that struggling to get points across, the missionaries very much needed to reframe it in a context that was familiar and made our ancestors understand something about it. And the character of Jesus, the character of the apostles, the entire context of the scriptures are displayed so very differently in that Dark Ages Europe. And some of it probably started out honestly trying to explain things in a way that these Germanic peoples understood. But a lot of it was knowing full well that they wouldn't accept the meek Jewish faith of the desert, that just wouldn't be appealing to them. So they had to liken it to or flex it to try to fit the square peg into the round hole in Europe. And it took a lot of mental gymnastics, and we see that with so many different things. You can read a little bit about it in the Germanization of early medieval Christianity. But again, the title basically says it all on that book. There was such a process of retelling Christian lore in a Germanic context, because like I said, it was so very, very foreign to those concepts that our ancestors held so dear. So it was labored to do both of those things. It was absolutely an effort by missionaries to make Christianity palatable to our ancestors, but it was also inadvertently a way of Nordicizing and preserving our values within the new Christian context. It was both of those things in a little bit of an interplay back or forth. And you see that with a number of things around that time period.
Yeah, the context of what I have actually, this was brought about in that book, The Germanization of Medieval Christianity, about the usage of the word Dryten in correlation to Christ and his apostles being thanes. That was about the brief overlap of what I had gotten from that. I hadn't actually looked at the entirety of the piece or read it, but I do remember reading about the concept of why they would use those words to kind of, again, facilitate their religion. And to bear in mind that it's kind of interesting, like Uphilas amongst the Gutens, when he wrote the book of Matthew in Gutis Karazda, and he didn't necessarily do this with the Goths like the authors. And I haven't looked into it. This is going to be an interesting rabbit hole for me to run down, and I'm anticipating it. But because they're talking about the authorship and the exact author of who this is, and during the time that, and I'm very familiar with Widukind and his fight against the Saxon, upheavals with Charlemagne or with Karl. But they do mention, that Yeshua is a Dryten, and that his apostles are thanes. And the correlations between how that you get from point A to point B, I don't know how else they could have gotten that message across unless they wrapped it in a sense of heroism. And that's what I would say really important from that time frame is a lot of people talk about, the Christians, when we talk about them in passivity, and then we talk about the root of Christianity amongst the Germanic people having anti-heroism, which I mentioned just recently, early in the podcast, about the anti-heroism and the loss of the hero. But then you'll get kind of a snarky rebuttal. Well, they converted, by force and by warriorship. Well, it's because those people that were converting to Christianity at the time, they were not exemplifying any of the deep doctrine that was really already established amongst the church in Rome and in Greece. The church and the founding church in Greece would not be able to do that in Germany or in Anglo-Saxon or even in the Nordic lands. The predecessing church that Saul had started, they wouldn't have the ability to convert the land. What ended up really happening is these men who had been raised in Teutonic heroism convert for many different reasons: marriage, money, land, titles, ownership with connection, or the ability to bring everyone under one centralized organization and government. They were still very much pagan or heathen or grown up in the age of heroism and did not exemplify a lot of that stuff. If you took the founder church members at the temple or the Council of Nicaea and dropped them into Germany and said, go ahead, convert the Saxons, that would have been a very interesting and probably short story. But instead, the conversion was led by people that had turned against their ancestors, had turned against the gods, but were still very much encompassed and embroiled in the heroic essence. And a lot of that interplay between the accepting of Christianity as an organizational force and the heroism of the Germanic spirit became a problem for Christians later on during those rifts. When we see the knights and Renaissance times in which the Germanicism of the knights starts bubbling up and causing issues of where they try to then correlate reasoning as to why a heroic soul needs to be placed. That part was not relented, but over time and generations and in eventuality, the core of what was being taught in Christianity came to surface. And I still see many modern Christians today say, oh, well, they were warriors then and they converted then and they were slaying their enemies and being righteous warriors for God. Is like those men were like generationally just converted and were still very much of the warrior hero mythos that they had grown up in, that their culture, their society had grown up in. And the changing of Jesus to a Drighton shows that. It's clear as day, because if they had done anything else, it probably would not have been accepted.
All right. Bob asks, do you guys believe in things like evolution? Not sure what other things of similarity you're talking about. As far as evolution goes, certain aspects of it, certainly. I mean, it's very obvious that species develop over time and that over generation traits and things come to the fore based on selective breeding and evolutionary concepts. If I think that everything is evolving from amoebas, I don't know. If I think that humans evolved from monkeys that evolved from, some kind of mice creatures, I don't know. Some of those are leaps that I don't have a really strong opinion on. But one thing that I think is interesting in regards to Asatru and evolution is that in our lore, it doesn't talk about our gods fashioning us whole. It talks about them finding something that is existent and then imbuing that existent thing with life, with blood, with spirit, with breath, with goodly hue, with the things that make us people. So there's a point where in our lore it talks about our gods finding something and bestowing peoplehood upon that something. And I think that's very interesting when you talk about evolution. I don't think that's a solid point of dogma because, again, I'm not certain the evolutionary process of the human race at that point. But the idea that we were once something lower and that the gods bestowed Aryan manhood upon us to become who we are, I think that is a fundamental in our faith. What are your thoughts, Svan?
Yeah, definitely. I guess the term would certainly be more like, I guess in a scientific sense, intelligent design. I know that nomenclature in relation to this topic has been dropped, so I'm just utilizing that because of the nature of the conversation. But yes, intelligent design, and the thing that a lot of people that when they're Christian or when they come from a Christian background or they come from a religious background that has a written doctrine that is either proclaimed to be an absolute truth or whether or not it's just theosophically seen as its evolution is very man-made. One of the things about mythological language is that it's perennially truthful, and it applies itself in multiple cases. Mythological or meta-narrative language does not confine itself to finite interpretation that if it goes against or something like that is considered like a deviation from an absolute truth or something of that nature. We know that. But in our stories, and these stories go far back even before we were writing them down, we talk about first and foremost the creation of the first Ask and Ambla and the fact that they are trees that are unrooted and unfaded. And these words have meaning. These meanings paint a kind of picture that allow us to, again, as we evolve in time, we begin to evolve our understanding of the gods. So understanding that when those words of unrooted and unfated kind of come about from a material, as they are pulled from the shore, pulled from the waters, and shaped and then given gifts. And then on top of that, there's another story too. Again, when Heimdall comes down, and the folk that he meets are great grandmother and great grandfather are their names. And so we know right now we're talking about a mythological language. And what could that mean? A generation. Some people say, because it does structurally correlate to a hierarchy during the late Nordic period of like thralls, carls, and jarls. But it's interesting enough to look at the names and see that these names have a time placement, and they are correlated with each other from great-grandmother and great-grandfather to grandfather and grandmother and to father and to mother. So we see this every time this generation accepts the divinity into their home, and they're being painted as two individuals, but we see this correlated in our stories all the time. Ask and Embla, Leif and Leifthrossr, their names are allegoric for a bigger thing than just simply an individual. So we see this evolution as great-grandmother and great-grandfather accept the divinity of the gods, of the Aesir, into their home. They become better. And then when he returns again, there is a new generation, and he asks to come in. They bring him into their home, and they evolve again. So this is showing an evolution of humanity getting better by inherently accepting the divinity into their lives. Their awareness of the gods becomes greater. Their troth becomes greater, and thus they advance forward. And some have really talked about too, like when we talk about the creation myth, and we talk about the manner of beasts that protrude or exude out of Ymir before the slaying of Ymir and the flooding. Again, our flood myth, or our flood story, or our flood meta narrative talks about the manner of beasts protruding out of Ymir. And if we were to talk about Ymir as being this proto-earth, then people have speculated this is a correlation to speaking of epochs of time, of the creation of these beasts. Are they dinosaurs? Are we talking about these ancient periods? Do they have viability? Well, no one in the stories, the gods don't correlate the story to say, oh, well, at this time, or the earth is this old. No, we know that the times that are spoken about in meta-narratives could be of great expanse. So is the idea in the story when they talk about Ymir's body producing these ancient beasts, is that the gods have told our ancestors in these stories that there was a time in which the great beast produced from Ymir once roamed this primordial state, and that the gods came down, struck the primordial state, and transformed it into the state that would allow the folk to exist? That's very interesting, but you can't put dates and you can't put times to the stories. So they speak of more of an overarching truth that I think have application to the idea of intelligent evolutionary design or thresholds that we move through.
So we've got a series of questions from Jason. As men, do you maintain a working relationship with any of our goddesses? Yes, absolutely. And I think that defining it as a working relationship isn't how I would choose to define it. I don't think that we're colleagues with the gods in that sense. We have a worship relationship with our goddesses in the same way that we do with our gods, engaging in the gift cycle and interacting with them. I think that the difference is our goddesses are less of an exemplar of things that we try to be, and more of a divine feminine that we try to ask to enter our life, or to help us into a certain way, or to help our families. The relationship is slightly different because we don't necessarily want to emulate our goddesses in the same way that we would in some ways want to emulate our gods, if that makes any sense. What are your thoughts on it, Svan?
Yeah, like what you're saying is from a masculine standpoint, the emulation of the asa, the aus, the masculine is easy for us. And I think from the feminine standpoint, it's easy for our women folk to seek to emulate the Asinir, for their reasons. But when we talk about the masculine and the feminine, we talk about the willful manifestation or the projection of will by masculine force, and we talk about the cohesive abilities of the Asinur and the way that they kind of hold up the power that reservoirs to the masculine. And we see this with Idun and her holding of the apples, and that correlation of power source that then helps drive the gods forward, in particular the willful manifestation of the masculine gods. But we also see deep correlation with the way they work laterally within our society. The mystification of the natural cycles of the natural law and cycles that happen of life, death, rebirthing, and the ancestral worship when we talk about the Disir, and we talk about these cycles that we can't escape from as men and women, and as a folk. We are deeply connected to that feminine aspect of understanding the cycles that they have dominion and power over. So when we look at the Asinir in a sense of whether we're talking about Frigga and the mystery of motherhood, that power, I think, can be very much respected. I pray to Frigga quite often, and hold a truthful relationship that I hope she acknowledges and appreciates, or feels that I'm giving proper pious devotion to her. And I don't think that there's anything wrong or some sort of a pent-up thing where you can't do that if you're a man. That's ridiculous. We clearly see that there are connections between Otr and his devotion to Freya. We see this in the sagas as well, that there is devotion to the Asinir as well as to the gods, for various reasons, whatever they may be from the individual worshiper. But when we talk about when we get together and we the difference between saying the willful manifestation of the gods, but yet when we get together and we talk about the ailment of a child amongst our folk, we pray to Eir, we call upon Eir, and give gifts to her, asking that she give us the insight, give us the way to heal, to bring wholeness to a sick child within our folk, or a sick member who's fallen to ailments and things of that nature. So we do pray to the Asinir for things. I also think that I have a deep religious connection to Hlin, the goddess of the maiden of Fensal, the goddess of protection. I oftentimes have correlated her when I look at what we would call Pan-Aryanism. I look at Hlina or Hlin as in correlation to Minerva or to Athena, and that correlation there of the idea of placing wisdom and protection, understanding thresholds and boundaries, that all has merit and power. I think also too, when we talk about the Ausenya Gevion, we were recently discussing Gevion and in correlation to land. And I feel that even though, say in American history, the Americans as a Christian nation may not realize that they're manifesting the gods of the people, but they do without them knowing it. And I think we see that in the idea of the Maiden of the Manifest Destiny, or Columbia or Columbina. We see her as a manifestation of the land. We see it in some of the artwork, especially during World War I, where you see Columbia and you defend her, and she is the personification of the nation as a people in the natural law realm of the mothers, that produce the children, and the men folk protect the land. And that artwork is specifically targeting men, saying, look at her divine power. Look at her as, you know, she is your sister, she is your mother, she is your wife, she is your daughter. Are you willing to defend her? We see Gevyon in correlation to that, and she's manifesting even in a secular sense or in a philosophical sense. And so our correlation as men can very well manifest and have willful meaning and devotion towards the Ausinia in many different ways. Any man who sat out, you know, like sat off onto the side and saw his children being born, seeing his wife going through this tumultuous time, and I've seen it firsthand. We've had a home birth. We had 3 midwives. Very, very strangely enough, as we got to know them, there was 3 of them, and there was an older woman and a young middle-aged woman and a very young woman who was doing everything on the laptop. And suddenly I'm looking around at this moment and I'm like, wow, the reflection of meta to material that was going on at that time. And seeing my wife go through this, the trial and ordeal of bringing forth a child into the world, her being the threshold and the gateway, and seeing the culmination of that. I saw the Asanya there. I saw them. I felt their presence. I felt their power. I prayed to them in hopes of the benefit of my folk, the benefit of my wife, the benefit of the health of my children. I've prayed to them to bring love and kinship amongst people that had discord amongst them. I've prayed to the goddesses to show them that there's a way that we need to lay our grievances down, first emotionally, and then prayed to Forseti to find a more tangible, lawful way of bringing those people together. So I did those in combination, or to Snotra, in relation to whenever I'm the thial at Symbol, I say a silent prayer to Snotra, praying that she's there so that everyone that is enacting at Symbol acts in accordance with the cultural laws, because that's what she's the goddess of, like the governance or the governance of moral correctness within a cultural setting, especially at Symbol. So I say a silent prayer to her saying, I hope everyone here abides by your wisdom and doesn't step out of line or doesn't get too deep into their horns or says things greatly and with good meaning, but with wholesome meaning. So yeah, I think that the goddesses do have a huge play, but whereas we see the Aus as projecting forward and moving forward and upward, we see the Ausenjer as connective between those projections going forward. They're the thing that holds the nation together. They're the thing that holds the family together, and the family as like the sif, the siblings. That's the feminine power. It's the weaving between the supportive strands, the Aus being the pillars, and they're weaving in between, holding everything together.
No, absolutely. And I think that, I don't know, my interaction with the goddesses is more so when I deal with family things, when I think about my wife and my mother, who's I don't know if you guys know this. My mother is going through a very long road of dementia and health stuff, and it is what it is. But the prayers to the goddesses are more so in considering that, and especially now as the father of a daughter, it's very important to me. Easy question. Also from Jason Svan, Witan Svan, what are your favorite bands?
Oh, wow. Okay, that's cool. That's random, but cool. I have like 2 kind of genres that I really listen to. Is like a folk Americana. I really like mountain style music that may be influenced by like Celtic or Anglo-Saxon folk songs that have kind of correlated into the South and into the Appalachias or into Southern culture. So like I'm not a big fan of would say like modern country, but I love bluegrass, newgrass, and folk Americana and Southern Gothic. Some of the more darker, chthonic songs about death and loss and struggle. I really like that genre of music when they're using mandolins and banjos and, you know, stand-up bass, and it's just like a group of women singing, or a group of men, or a lone woman or a lone man's singing. I really find that to be wonderful. So like that genre, I would say like bands like Devil Makes Three, or Nickel Creek. I'm trying to think of Horse Feathers. These bands are, you know, probably not very well known. It's kind of weird. You're like, you've exposed me on some of my weirder off the beaten path music interests. I do like metal, but as I've grown older, I find myself only really listening to metal when I'm or hard rock, or specifically, like I used to listen to a lot of like Nordic metal. Bathory was a huge part of my teenage years growing up, so some of the doom metal groups and things like that. But I find myself listening to them in the gym for motivation. And I listen to like Amon Amarth, Tyr. I also do listen to some of the other, bands that kind of formulate. I don't like a lot of I would say the aesthetics of the way they're selling themselves. Some of them are a little too, they look like cavemen groups. But I like some of the context of when we're talking about like Wardruna with Aurora, when she was doing a set with them and they were up on stage and they were singing together, and there was some Nordic stuff. There was a band that was around for a long time called Valraven, and they really did like a modern. All their songs were old folk songs from Iceland, the Faroe Islands, and Norway, Denmark. So they had like really old folk songs, but they were doing them in a modern context. Really, really cool stuff. But I mainly listen to a lot of the more Nordic metal genre while I'm working out, because it motivates me. It gets me to going. But on a general sense, or even at my shop, I have a tendency to listen more towards like bands like the Builders and the Butchers, and Dead South, and some of the more Southern Gothic Americana bands. I like them too. So, and of course, we have a local station here that plays classical music. I am a big fan of classical music, and I have a tendency to almost like as a complete ritual in the morning, I will come down and put on. There's a station on YouTube called Halidon, Halidon. Halidon. I assume it's he because of the comments. But he's been sick and coming in and out. He does great classical music montages, so he'll switch through, and in the bottom right he'll say exactly what piece it's from, who's playing, and he does them in like classical music for autumn, classical music for winter, classical music for spring. So he does seasonals. He does for rainy days or for sunny days. He does great compilations of classical music, and if you're got your eye on the screen, you get to see the title, and you become more familiarized with classical pieces. So I like that too, but I usually do that in the morning as I'm slowly coming out of slumber.
Also from Jason, Witan Svan, what is your advice for a guy who wants to form an AFA Kindred?
First and foremost, if you're starting without anyone around you, the best thing to do is, as become a member of the AFA, and start by, you don't have to be an apprentice folk builder. You don't have to be a folk builder to hold moots. You can start by holding moots. You can go out on, whether it's like Facebook or some sort of social media, place yourself out there, say, hey, I'm holding a moot. I want to start a kindred. Now, specifying certain things, obviously when you say you're going to go out and start a kindred, a folkish kindred might be a good nomenclature if you're not officially a folk builder. Or you could just simply say, I want to start an AFA kindred for all folk nearby that want to meet, let's meet at this restaurant, let's meet at this bar, let's meet at this pub, let's go have a hike moot. And you have to be prepared that it may be a while, because not everybody's always going to be able to see what you're doing. And so it took a long while for me to start up. When I had started up a Kindred, it took a long time to gather people. There's a lot of times it was just me and maybe one friend or two friends of mine who were there. And then as the word spread, or as I kind of engaged people on social media, I said, hey, I'm in Virginia, and I want to start a Kindred. If you're looking to honor the gods and get together, let's get together. I'm a member of the AFA. If you want to come out, let's do this. And slowly over time, people started showing up, and it started to build. And then it built across the state of Virginia for a long while. But, or starting with your family. If you have, brothers, sisters, your cousins, nephews. It's harder when you go up with your elders. Oftentimes they're already preset, but you might find your cousin or your nephew or somebody who's also interested in the gods, and then you two get together and start holding regular bloats based on the wheel of the year. Just start off by once a month holding a bloat, and following the wheel of the year is great because it gives you a chance to weird yourself to the cycle of the world and cycle to the gods. And so you follow that wheel and you start holding your bloats once a month, and maybe they talk to somebody and they come down. And then once you start to amass people, talk to them about joining the AFA, because the biggest thing is becoming an AFA recognized Kindred requires that you all have troth to the AFA. So very carefully and clearly to make this stated is, if you're a member of a Kindred and you're a member of the AFA, that doesn't mean that your Kindred is an AFA Kindred. It's when they pass through the threshold of all of them being members and being cleared, being checked, being passing security and being brought into the inner guard and going through the application process. Once they all become members, you can put in a bid to be recognized amongst the Kindred organizers as being an AFA Kindred. And then once you do that, all your members are AFA members. Everyone is loyal to the inner guard. You can make a bid to be recognized. And then, it's a matter of who are you, where you're from, what is your standard, what is your colors. And then once that gets sent through, that standard is made. It is passed through the kinfolk that you have built in your area, and that flag gets raised at at all of the temples. And then your banner will be there as a representation, so that all the folks at the temples know these folk out there, this is the support, this is where it's all coming from. And, that builds that relationship between the Hoffs and the kinfolk out, building the religion, making the home accessible for people to come back to.
So Daniel asks, Matt Svan, something that is often overlooked is that Thor despises oath breakers. Can you speak on that aspect of his personality? Svan, go for it.
Yeah, seldom does Thor sit where oaths are broken. That comes from the Voluspa. And it's briefly kind of lending its in that poem. They're talking about the rebuilding of the walls of heaven. Understanding heaven as a multiplicity. The plane of heaven has multiple levels. Obviously, seeing heaven, when we talk about the gods building their garther on Eithavoll, on the plane of good deeds, on the plane of industriousness, on the shining expanse in which they build their will, is beyond Himmelbjörg, beyond the heavens mountains. And so when we see the gods in heaven, looking into the well at the base, the correlation, the nexus of true might and power and life in heaven emanating from the tree. At the base there is the well, and Thor is part of the council, in which they look upon the deeds and the souls of mankind in the living moment. They're not chthonic. They're looking at from heaven, seeing this. So when Asgard was destroyed during the first battle between the gods of cosmic order and natural law, the walls were sundered. The field was trodden deeply by the Vana, as they had made a great struggle against the Asa. And so that part, when they talk about Thor seldom sitting where oaths are broken, is in reference to the rebuilding of the walls, where the Jotun tries to proclaim that they had actually broken their oath towards him, and his price, which was the sun and the moon and Freya, a steep price. He levels this argument against the gods that they've broken an oath, and Thor does him in for the insult of it. And so that's that reference there. But it's also worth noting that because one of the names of Thor, Ve'ur, the strength of the Ve, strength of the temple, the hallower of the temple, his power of oathing and his power of making things hallowed, or dominating or having dominion in hallowed space, is often seen in correlation with holding oaths within the hallowed space. Whether we're talking about a Hof or a Harrow or a Horg or a Grove, where these sacred words are to be spoken, he suffers not the breaking of oaths that are taken in sacred space. So he is seen as definitely a catalytic force of, meting out doom for those who break oaths in their living life. And so he has that power. He has that correlation. And I think he, along with many of the other gods, do preside over the taking of oaths. And we could see each one having a slightly different correlation to the act of oathing. But I would definitely say it's that Thor doesn't suffer the breaking of oaths in hallowed space specifically. And of course, the most hallowed of spaces is Asgard in heaven. So he, seldom does he sit when these oaths are broken. So yes, I think, along with some Ausenir and with Forseti, or with Tyr, we talk about the taking of oaths within the temples, taking oaths at the Althing, taking oaths through marriage or through legalities. These hallowed places are always also connected to the dominion of Asatru, and so it's a slight in regards to that. And we know, upon death, when we are marked as an oath breaker, marked as the gods see the oath breaking being done, this is one of a huge slight that can be presented to deny admittance to the halls of the ancestors, to the residing souls of the folk soul. You could be denied and receive, the Naustron, the beach, where the souls of those who are denied from the whole of the souls, the ability to be, brought back through the bloodlines, is cut off to them. And so, breaking sacred oaths is not good. However, I did want to bring up that one of the things that we talk about, the fatalism of oath and oath breaking, is also understanding that oaths can evolve based on situations. So when you find yourself in a situation where you have an oath with someone and things are evolving or changing, it is completely within understanding and right that both parties, one or the other, could call a meeting or a moot to the holders of the oath to then recalibrate the oath based off of, perhaps if somebody was to pass away, or if something was you needed to step out because you were no longer able to uphold your end of the oath, not because you're a bad person, but because something has happened to where you are no longer fit to fulfill the needs of the oath, and you you bring this up to the oath taker or other oath takers and say, I'm no longer able to fulfill my oath. I need to step down from this. That's understandable. That's acceptable. That's not breaking an oath. Breaking an oath is when there's blatant disregard and a complete severance, or actions, really deep actions that go in counter to the loyalty, to the station of the oath, and it's just blatantly, spit upon. That's when we're talking about grievous things. So there's absolutely a necessity that any oath taker, especially looking at Thor as that dominance of power and his hallowed sacredness, it's incumbent upon you to bring everyone together, renegotiate the oath, fix something, realign certain things. You can tend oaths. They can evolve and change. Please don't think that the oath, the environment around the oath has changed, so now you're doomed forever. That is not always the case. But seek your Gothar, seek a wise counsel to find out the best way to negotiate those things. I think is very important. But yes, that's I believe my correlation, Thor, on the oathing.
There you have it. Jason asks, Witan Svan, what is your working relationship with our Lord Thor?
I mean, being a Gothi at his temple is huge. I think before the Hoff, my relationship with him was in prayer and in devotion, to seek bravery, to seek courage, to seek action. I've always kind of incorporated those things and asked for any insight or welcomed any sense of ability to test and trial myself. Or I always thought to myself, if I was in these situations, and I have been in the past, would I make Thor proud? Would I make the gods proud? But since we're talking about Thor, would I make him proud? What in my deeds am I doing that would make him notice me and be pleased upon seeing what I'm doing? That's a big correlation. And I think that giving devotion and giving might and building luck between us is more a devotional act of giving reverence and understanding huge amounts of might. But after Thorshoff, our relationship became, I think, for me, very, very tangible. It was no longer in the precept of just my deeds, please look upon me as wellness. It was like, first it was creating the Godstead and making sure that Godstead was deeply, I was putting a lot of emotion into it. And there is a story about that, speaking about the murals. There was a moment during the construction of the Godstead in which I heard some strange noises coming from outside. I didn't exactly know what they were. There is an oak tree directly outside of Thorshoff, and its branches and boughs were moving and making this kind of hissing noise of the wind blowing through leaves. And I noticed it as I was up. Perhaps I was listening to music and the music stopped, and then suddenly I heard it. But I came down from the ladder and I walked forward, and I was just kind of looking to see what was going on outside. And I opened up the doors, and I could see this storm brewing on the horizon. And as I opened the door, I see the storm, and all of a sudden I feel this gust of wind hit me, and I felt that this moment was a moment of I needed to step to the side, and all I could say was, I hope you find approval in it. That I hope I'm doing justice to this. I don't know what the repercussions would be if I'm not doing well. And I don't necessarily want to entertain that idea, but this is what I'm doing. This is what I have. This is what I'm trying to create. This is the seat I'm trying to bring to you. I hope you like it. And then I just stepped off to the side. I actually took a picture of it, of the storm and of the wind and of everything. And eventually the pressure equalized, the wind died down, and a slight gentle rain came over the temple. and the surrounding fields across the street and the cemetery. It was just a gentle rain, and I felt, okay, I'll take that for what it is. I'm going to step back in and continue working, because I'm not here to waste time. I've only got a certain amount of time while I'm here, so let's get back to work. And then I just kind of went back and started working fervently on it. So suddenly there was a very tangible relationship there that I felt in that moment, and it upped the notch a little bit. It said, now you're doing works in direct representation of me. Let that, dot just let that hang. And so I was just like, understood. And it has affected me from that moment on to when I think about the things that I'm doing in life, when I get irritated, upset, or the arguing of my kids, and I get upset, and I'm like, what are you guys doing? Or there's always something in the back of my head that's saying, like, are you utilizing this moment to be honorable? Are you utilizing this moment to be good? Are you utilizing this moment to be a proper representation of the gods and of Thor? That looms over my head. And so I don't always hit the mark, but I'm always thinking about it. My actions, what I'm doing. Am I being good before the gods? If they are to look at me through that well, or look at me from the sky, are they seeing something that they're happy with? I don't know, and I continue to try. And that's all. That's the tangible relationship that definitely changed right at that moment when that door was open at Thorshof during the creation of that mural.
All right. Cody asks, Thor's a god that shows up all over Europe under very similar names. Are there any religions that mention a Thor-like figure that people may not immediately recognize? What are your thoughts, Svan?
Oh, absolutely. First and foremost, I would say look to our cousins. If you're looking at the Slavs, or you're looking at the Gauls, who lived the Gallic empires, the Gaelic-speaking folk, look no further than Tyrannus and Perun. If you're looking at the Sami Laplanders of the North, great North, they have Ukko, or I'm going to say it wrong, but Terra Taurus. All the striker and the catalytic throne always has very similar traits that show up. Is the movement from heaven to earth, from the edges. There is always an implement of striking, a singular implement that can rupture the thresholds of chaos and bring back order and equilibrium. And so, yeah, I would immediately point out to Perun and to Tyrannus as correlations.
All right. So Jason also asks, why do you gentlemen believe Thor became the most famous of gods to mortal men? I think this goes back to the idea of why Thor's hammer was chosen as the symbol of Asatru. Thor, well, and I think it goes back to our answer to the red Thor versus white Christ question. So Thor is the protector of mankind and of Midgard, and I think that the idea of protection was a big part of it. I also think that he's very easily accessible. He's a god of the warrior. He's a god of striking the object that's in front of you until it breaks or relents. His stories are stories of adventure and excitement and battle, and I think that excites the hearts of all men that read his stories and hear of his fame. And I think in a very, very tangible way that everyone from warlords all the way down to the most, common everyday man understands that, a bully pops off and you pop him in the mouth is something that our people since the dawn of time can can understand and get behind. The idea of protection of family, the idea of physically righting wrongs is inherently hardwired into men's souls. And I think that's why Thor is so easily, became so popular and his stories became so popular. And I think that also, as we mentioned at the top of the program, he's a very approachable God as opposed to some of our others. He's one that our people draw a very immediate connection to.
I want to bring up to Finn Wraith. You're absolutely correct, and I apologize. I did make a mistake. The Finns, it's Ukos, and to the Sami, it is Toroturos or Horagalis. The striker amongst the Sami is Horagalis, and amongst the Finns is Ukko. I wanted to make that was clarified, and I'm very, very happy that he corrected me on that.
Svan did not mean to offend your ancestors. He apologizes. Jason also asks, how do you feel about praying to the gods without an offering? Can you talk with the gods without one? Well, certainly. I've always said this, and I continue to say this. You interact with our gods like you interact with the basis of our relationship with our gods is very similar in concept to our relationship with any other living being. The gift cycle is important, and giving of yourself and receiving gifts is a big part of it. But our gods are not contractual in that sense. Certainly, you can reach out to our gods and send them a message, speak to them, and they hear you as one of their children. It's very misunderstood to feel that it's always contractual. It's not. The gift cycle is a cycle of goodwill and a cycle of loyalty. It's not like, well, you gave me 2 incense sticks, therefore I'll listen for 3.5 minutes, but it's going to be another incense stick and a sip of whiskey for me to. That's silly. And our gods don't do that. So they're your gods, and you can reach out to them at any time you'd like. Yes, it is customary and it is appropriate to, when you're doing altar work, to offer something. But no, you can absolutely speak to our gods without having an offering at hand. Varyeg, on the organizational question, a lot of times in open heathen circles, you run into people claiming fantastical spiritual experiences. What is the basis on which we can say you're wrong to be impious? I think that it's wrong-headed to think that everything boils down to argumentation. I think at some point, first, why are you in open heathen circles? One of the reasons that we make such a firm stand of it's AFA or it's not Asatru is those open heathen circles typically don't go anywhere. They're just a point of needless argumentation that doesn't manifest itself in real world accomplishment or in real world relationship building with the gods. The rightness or wrongness of our worship isn't proven by debate. It's proven by relationship with the gods and the boons that gives one in their life and in their practice. If that guy wants to claim that he has some personal experience with the god that's irreverent, I don't think that we just accept that, but I think the proof is in the fact that that guy lives in mom's basement and is a loser. And when we talk about relationships with the gods, it manifests in temples and families and success and progress. You can very often see the realness, the truth or the falsity in people's claims based upon, how that shows up in their lives. But at the end of the day, you get nothing out of arguing and I'm making an assumption here that's not fair, but when I'm saying you get a lot out of, very often the arguing on the internet is completely pointless, and it's done with people that don't really exist in the real world, and certainly not in the way they portray themselves. So I would encourage, not spending your time in open heathen circles, and instead spending your time interacting with AFA members, actually building a quality life for yourself, worshiping with the gods. The points of argumentation, Asatru is not a debate society. It's a religion built towards worshiping our gods. And whether or not you can win an argument with an internet troll is not the be all and end all of that. Jason asks, Witan Svan, what did it take for you to become Witan? Gothi Flavel, what did it take for you to become Gothi? Go ahead, Svan.
That's a great question. I was really focusing on the question before, but that I guess would be, would that not be in your hands as to how, I mean,
a little bit.
Yeah, it is a little bit in the sense of how I became a Witan really does depend on a merited usefulness that I think the Gothi has seen, and a level of responsibility that he desires. And there are these things involved. I mean, I can't speak for the Gothi, but becoming Gothar is the threshold in which you actually pass through, I think, where you start to be, where you really start to refine yourself and become a servant of the folk and work within the church, and start to have to contend certain things like counselings, whether it's drug addiction or suicide, and not saying that these happen, but that you have to be ready for them. That you might have people who have some sort of problem that you might not be ready for or you've never encountered before, and suddenly you're working with a greater community. Being ready, being willing, giving insight, I think is important towards being given that responsibility. But that's really more on you.
As far as what Svan did to become a Witan, listen to the last, it's getting late, but listen to the last 4.5 hours of show that we did, and I think it's self-evident. Svan's expertise that he brings to this, and his wisdom in regards to our lore and our faith is it speaks for itself. His applying that to what we do recommends him very well to the position. And I think ultimately one of the reasons that comes off so well is that Svan and I are able to complement each other in so many different ways, that the partnership working together with Svan amplifies things in a really productive way that I feel is pleasing to our gods. Again, our strengths are so different that they work very well with one another, and the interplay of the two leads to a really positive result, advising myself and interacting with the other members of the Witan to move us forward. So I think it's very obvious why Svan's where he's at, or how he got there. His spiritual gravitas is something for us all to see and hear for literally the last 4.5 hours. As far as what it took for me to become Gothi, there's a lot of ways to answer this question. I would say it is an interplay between relentless commitment, between heart, and between ambition. And I think all of those things combined, I've tried very hard to give all of myself to this and to make this 100% of my life. And I say 100%, there's plenty of other distractions, but I've talked about this before. I've tried hard to make everything in my life synergize with this. I'm sure there's countless ways that I could have done more, that I could have done better. But it's truly something I think about every day, is how I can devote myself more fully, or how I can do better for this, for us, for our gods, for the AFA, for this. And I think that devotion to this is what put me in the position that I'm in. I hope that's the case. I hope there's a certain amount of divine approval in that process. I hope that I'm worthy of that, and that's what I'd have to say. I think that is. So I know we're going through some of these questions kind of quick, but Varyag had a thing to follow up with what I was saying, and I know that you're looking for an objective theological metric to measure the truth or falseness of somebody's claim of a metaphysical experience. And I don't think the world works that way. I don't think there's ever that scientific rubric that you want. The closest that I think you find to it is, does it mesh with the other things in this person's life? If in fact the gods are regularly interacting with this dude that is obese and just eating pizza rolls and sniffing underwear and playing video games, why would that make any sense? If this other person who's out here being successful and doing things and has a family and has victories in their life, then I think it makes it much easier to believe that the gods are in fact blessing and associating themselves with that person. Blessings are real and are tangible, and your success matters in that. And I think it's a poor thought of our gods that they're regularly hanging out with some loser in mom's basement. Like, why would they do that? They could hang out with any other, they could spend their time interacting with any other person. Maybe if that person told you that God had inspired them to make changes in their life, on the other end of those changes, maybe you could say, hey, maybe that was the case. Maybe something like that happened. But I think the best that we can, when we're feeling our way through that, through things that are so intangible in a provable scientific way, the best that you have is judged by the character and success of the people telling you the story. And unfortunately, I think that's as close as we can get to it, unless we're both there at the moment when it happens. Varyag also asks another question on theology. How does the AFA approach the perennial school? While there seem to be similarities, it also seems that the gods of other peoples do things that Nordics would find depraved. So perennialism reduces things too much. But as we've already said in this broadcast and in many others, there is Aryan syncretism, because our gods are reflected and revealed themselves to the different branches of our people in different ways and under different guises. But certainly there is perennialism within the Aryan family. But there's not within other races of people. We're clearly not the same. We've all seen those memes where, you have these pictures of two very distinct racial types, and it's very obvious we're very different creatures. We're very different beings. And our reflection of divinity is going to be reflective of very different divinities. So when it comes to the AFA's stance on perennialism, we believe in Aryan syncretism as long as that's within the Aryan family. But we believe that there is different divinity for different races of people. And we don't presume to define that for them. That's for them to define their relationship to their gods. But we do believe that their gods and our gods are inherently different, just like their people and our people are inherently different. And maintaining that difference is fundamental to the AFA's position and always has been. Ordo Templi Atlantis donated 2 Libri on Odyssey. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. I'm not an Asatru member yet, but can I wear a Thor's hammer necklace? And if so, where can I buy one that supports Asatru? Also, what material should the pendant be made of? I see some online made of silver or brass. No, if you first, you can do whatever you want. Secondly, if you're a white person, then that hammer is your birthright, and you can absolutely wear that. If the intention, it would be absolutely be appropriate for you to wear that if your intention is to honor our gods. And that would be completely appropriate if that's your intention. If so, where can you buy one? Now, they're all over these days. It used to not be that way, but they're very easy to find. I'll ask Svan here in a second if he has an idea of a good vendor for that. Off the top of my head, I don't. I know some people who make them, but I'm not sure of a website to direct you to on them. But as far as material, there's not really a wrong answer to that. I've seen some that are beautiful that are made out of stone. I have one that I love that's made out of mammoth ivory. The one I'm wearing right now is made out of silver. The one Svan's wearing is made out of wood. There's not really a wrong answer to that. I've seen people have them out of gold or brass or pewter, or I've had some that have blacksmith, wrought iron ones. I don't really think there's a wrong answer as far as material. I'm sure that there is a wrong answer, but I think as long as you're respectful, I don't think there's a bad choice of material that way. Svan, do you know where he can order a hammer that supports the right kind of folks?
Etsy. There are a couple of folkish crafters on Etsy. I would definitely recommend looking there first. You also have some people who are of the faith. Like if you're looking for some more bronze or brass, you might find some people from Eastern Europe that are of the Rodonovi faith, but they also make hammers as well as Svarog axes and or Perun axes, excuse me. I would recommend looking there first. In specifics to an actual vendor, I don't have one. I actually am wearing one of my kinsmen at the Hof. He made this from the oak wood that's right outside of Thor's Hof. So this is a deeply meaningful Thor's hammer, especially being oak and shaped from the tree that's right outside of the temple of Thor. This is one of my most prized possessions. Before this, I had a wrought iron one. I ended up gifting that to my son because I didn't want to just be left undone. So I passed it to him and bear this one on. So I think material-wise, it depends on the situation. But the symbology and the you're taking up the hammer as a sign of troth to the gods, to the Asas, to the Aesir. That's important. And I think that you doing that first and foremost is the first step, the first threshold. Again, what I spoke about in the beginning of the podcast with Thor is once you pass through thresholds, once you break the barrier, all things open up. And you might find yourself changing. You might find yourself, I had a Thor's hammer, and then I received this as a gift, and I thought it was so meaningful and special for the moment that my kinsman Bobby made it for me, that I immediately passed on my iron one to my son, and I put this one on. It depends, and then people have preferences. People, they buy some that are very big or very shiny. And I like to remind people that our ancestors did like to wear a lot of shine. Our ancestors did wear gold. They wore arm rings. They wore neck rings. They wore, earrings. They had even gold inlaid in teeth. There was a sense of wearing wealth upon the body. So if you are wanting to get bold and have some bright colors and things like that, there's nothing wrong with that. Some people do take a more muted approach to it for various reasons, like mine's wood, so it's not much to shine there. But you shouldn't really hold any preconceived notions that hold you back from proclaiming your troth to the gods of your people and starting your path towards building relationship with your ancestors and the gods. Do it.
So speaking of your kinsman, Bobby, he asks, good evening, gentlemen. What are your favorite stories / myths and why? Also, what are your favorite movies and why? Go, Svan.
Oh, the movies one, that was off, but yeah, Bobby. Hey, so speaking, poof, he shows up. Poetically, like I said, I love Grimnismal, the Havamal, and the Voluspa. I think are three good ones that really. I like the Voluspa as a poetic because it basically, whereas like the Gylfaginning pulls from other poetic sources all throughout, the Voluspa brings an abbreviated sense of the doom, and I say this in the sense that the gods. The purpose of the gods, the purpose of their motions forward from beginning to end are played out in the Voluspa, and it's a really great piece that covers everything from beginning to end, all through the necessity of Odin trying to find out the measure and the doom of the gods and where we have to go from here. I think that's under that pretense of him bringing the Vala up and forcing her to speak, that has story elements that is just so cool that I really like. Egil Skallagrimsson's saga is a wild read. If you ever get a chance to read that saga, oh man, that is a wild time. And there's some stuff online too. There's actually some documentaries that were done paralleling the saga. So if you read the saga and then, or like maybe hit Wikipedia for like the Cliff Notes, look at the documentaries on Egil Skallagrimsson and then read the saga itself, and you get the context of his battling with Eiríkur Blood Axe and all of that stuff. That is really a cool story. That's just a wild ride filled with battles and the slaying of kings, captured in storms, and breaking out of jail with poetry, and then the loss of Egil, of his sons, and the death of his son. It's all over the place. It's got great highs and terrible lows. It's an emotional one. As far as movies go, I don't even know if I have a favorite movie. I think that some of the one movie that has beautiful framework and a great use of the actors not saying anything but saying a lot, as I'm a big fan of like the art of, like, I guess, transferring knowledge through body language. I find that incredibly fascinating. One movie that really sticks out to me is Mel Gibson's Braveheart. It's not historically accurate, but there are scenes in there where nobody says a word, but so much is being said that it shakes you when you see this level of interaction between these people. I find that incredibly fascinating as a movie. It was revolutionary to me, coming from there. So I would say, like, I really enjoy watching Braveheart, but again, not for historical context, but just for the beauty of the film itself. Outside of that, the only favorite movie that I can regularly kind of come back to as a child, I was a huge fan of the Clash of the Titans, and that's kind of a old school. I mean, I was a kid back then, and that was a big movie. So it was even around when we were watching it on beta at my friend's house. That has a content. I guess the epicness of that movie and just the overarching story of Perseus, just an awesome movie. I can always kind of like watch it again.
So it's late in the evening and we're kind of wrapping stuff up, so I'll keep it brief. But stories, I really like Beowulf. I like plenty of our myths and stories. I think Beowulf we don't talk about as much as we maybe should. Just atmospherically, and the hall culture and such that it speaks about is very important to what we do. It's heroic. Beowulf's, ripping monsters' arms off. It's a cool story regardless. His deal at the end, where as an old man he's fighting the dragon, and he's his all his thanes have left him and ran, and Wiglaf is there holding his shield and with him till the end fighting the dragon. That's so profound to me in so many ways, and I really think that's a beautiful testament to courage and to loyalty to one's lord. It's so very meaningful and beautiful to me. So I really love that. Movies, there's temptation here to like keep it super historical or super relevant to an Asatru context, but no, movies that I like, Tombstone is awesome. I always love Tombstone. Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves was awesome. Again, it was kind of all over the place. I'm not saying it's the best thing ever on cinema, but I thoroughly enjoy it every time it comes on. The crazy witch lady that talks about, the painted man, he haunts my dreams. She is terrifying as a child when you watch that movie, I'll tell you what. Really like that. Braveheart I used to like until I became aware of history, and I'm grossly offended by its misportrayal of history, but as far as it is beautifully done.
And I'm very aware of its problems there.
So a stupid one that's a terrible movie, but I tell you what, I will stop and watch it anytime it comes on for some strange reason. And I'm not that guy. I don't watch movies several times usually, but Demolition Man, anytime Demolition Man is on for whatever reason, I'm infinitely entertained and transfixed to the screen. There's no merit to it. I can't justify that. It just is.
I haven't seen that movie in years.
I love all the Rocky movies. The cheesier ones are super cool because they're cheesy in some ways, but some of them are really profoundly directed and profoundly made. But I love those. Predator was awesome. It was so perfect for what it was, and just the dialogue between the different guys in that squad. It was really, really cool. There was another one I was going to throw out there that was kind of odd, but I think those are the ones I got for now. Varyag asks a counter question about the conversion based on Svan's comment. Saying it's about titles and land, while maybe partially true, doesn't that have the effect of over-materializing a spiritual conflict? I say this because I believe that our ancestors on both sides of the conflict really believed in what they fought for. I'm going to let Svan go first on this, and I have some thoughts I'd like to add when we're done with that. Go ahead, Svan.
Well, I would say further on, especially when we start to look at the conversion times, maybe post Charlemagne, sure, but the precepts in which I think a lot of our ancestors were gaining traction upon in the conversion times. I mean, the clarity. If you're talking about someone who was raised amongst the Catholics, like Charlemagne was raised in with the Franks, and they had already long converted and joined the power of Rome. But your average lord that lived in Teutonic lands or the lords that were in England, they were looking at marriages a lot. We see it over and over again. Yes, you can marry my daughter, but you have to convert to Christianity, and you have to build a church in your lands in order for this to happen. There was a lot of that, the marital contracting involving spiritual stuff as well. And I think also too, there was a huge play in the idea of taxation, the idea of creating land baronies that pulled. So there were people that I think were converting to this faith coming in, that had a motive outside of the spiritualism, because I don't think they fully understood the spiritualism that they were getting into. It was presented to them, kind of obfuscating the drive and force when it was given to them. It was presented in a more warrior-esque aspect, or like with Uphilas and the way he was trying to convert the Goths, and the Reichs, the Rexes, they rejected it and they kicked him out. The people that were converting didn't fully grasp, I think, a lot of the spiritual nuances of the church at the time. And I think that's exemplary in their actions. I think a lot of their actions were based on things because they were utilizing technology, warfare, and oathing, all based in pre-Christian like Europe. They were utilizing rules and things that they understood in order to progress their power. They just also tagged on this religion into it. So I greatly doubt about the faith of the early conversioned Germanics that were bringing the sword, especially like Olaf Tryggvason and things like that. I really I think that their faith may have been upplayed when it was written down, and they were made into more saintly like figures. But when you have these initial conversions that were going on in Europe by lords that their entire families were Germanic culture, Germanic everything, and all the implementations that they use, the marriage contracts in and of themselves and the oathing between families, that was not utilized in a church sense from a faith-based point. They were using very, very cultural tendencies, knowing that they could move this forward and start to bring people under the power of the church and the power of Rome. And then maybe later on, perhaps, there was a faith turn in which they were, we have to, these people are, they need to be converted because I wouldn't even say that they were necessarily saving souls, because that wasn't often mentioned, as it was more or less they believed that this was the right way to go and their ancestors were completely wrong and they needed to make them right. And then converting them and saving their souls was just an extra benefit. And again, I think that plays a lot to motive of land and forfeiture of power, which was constantly being overplayed or overplayed over and again throughout the history. Just the religious component was kind of added in until later it was actually a tangible religious component.
Yeah, I agree with Svan 100% on this. I think that at the time of the conversions, I don't think anybody in Northern Europe was converting because they love Jesus so much. I think what is a legitimate religious reflection is I think a lot of these people were not very sincere in their Asatru practice and in their faith to our gods. I think that it became very economically advantageous to convert to Christianity to interface with the rest of Mediterranean Europe, where all of the money and the power was. And again, like Svan said, through marriage alliances and things that way, they got strong-armed into doing it, and they chose to because there was tremendous power and economic advantage. Now, the people doing the conversion, I think it was a different story a little bit. I think some of them had, all of them had all kinds of different motives. But I think there's probably quite a few of the monks and priests that genuinely believed in their faith and believed that they were doing the right thing by forcing the rest of our ancestors to embrace Christ. But I don't think the people who converted because it was such an awesome idea. I think at best, it was demonstrated to them that Christ brought victory to where our gods did not bring victory. And so they chose to go with a victorious God over ones that they did not see as powerful. But again, I don't think that was as much as they felt one's right and one was wrong, as they chose the winning team and went with the winning team. Yeah, I truly don't find a lot of honest conversion experience in Northern Europe. Now, once they're in it for a while, then yes, they're proselytizing or they're crusading. I mean, the crusaders that went into Livonia and into Eastern Europe, I think they absolutely believed they need to convert those pagans to Christianity, because by that time they'd become devout Christians. But their forefathers that initially sacrificed our faith for Christianity, I don't think that was almost ever. And certainly there's one guy somewhere where it was, but I don't see any examples of that actually being a sincere love of Christ as much as what's going to be beneficial to them and their house and their dynasty. It's unfortunate, but I really do think that's the honesty of it, and my study of history tells me that that's true.
I did want to say too, like, it was in levels. It wasn't just all at once. I think that, like, for instance, like Olaf Tryggvason, when he was, making his kingdom in the Nordic countries, there probably was a deep belief system in the Anglo-Saxons by that time with Christianity. And the reason why we know that is like, because it went in waves. It always went kind of materialistic to then spiritual. So Olaf Tryggvason is moving about in a more materialistic way. He's still trying to utilize things about gaining marriage, but yet in Anglo-Saxon England by that time, Christianity had kind of permeated in. And I remember reading about them comparing Gog and Magog. If you're familiar with the harbingers of Armageddon in the Bible, they were referring to the two nations, possibly like I think it was Denmark and Sweden, as being Gog and Magog, and that they were harbinging the end times in Anglo-Saxon Christianity. By that time, when they're that familiar with the mythological structure of Judaism or the Bible or the Tanakh or whatever, by the time that the Anglo-Saxons were making those connectivity points, yes, absolutely spiritual by then. But Olaf Tryggvason at the same time probably wasn't spiritual and was doing material stuff, because there's no real kind of deep investment spiritually that he's doing this. It seems to be a lot more materially motivated.
All right, guys. I see 2 questions left. We'll go ahead and hit those. If we Google the 9 worlds, we see maps of Asgard, Midgard, and Hell. Our realm, Midgard, is portrayed as a flat disk with an orb-like firmament surrounding it. We see this model in many cultures. Does Asatru think NASA is lying to us with their sphere model of Earth and heliocentrism? No, the AFA does not believe in flat Earth or that NASA is lying to us. I mean, NASA may very well be lying to us, but I don't think they're lying. The concept that the Earth revolves around the sun and that the Earth is spherical, the Greeks knew this. Many people knew this. There was a time in Europe to where some people in certain circles were confused, but people have known this for a very long time. No, the AFA doesn't entertain flat earthism. The next question is, does Asatru teach any type of internal alchemy practice, such as retention of sexual fluid in order to transmute into higher forms of ether for spiritual purposes? No, but I do know people who practice Asatru that also practice forms of that type of internal alchemical process. It's certainly not unheard of in practitioners of Asatru, but I don't believe that in any way it's an Asatru specific practice. But I can think of several people off the top of my head that through various forms of yoga practice and other things do engage in that activity and feel that that does something for them. But again, that's not a particularly Asatru thing nor an AFA doctrine. Cody says he's got one last quick question. Will Svan be at the Feast of the Einherjar? Svan, you coming to Oklahoma?
Oh, I was like a specific. I do not believe so. That wasn't I was recently talking to Melissa, but that wasn't brought up. And I do know that whatever national or large group event that I go to, I still have to make sure I get back to Thorshof to also hold it for the folk there, just like we did Winter Nights. I had to run back to Thorshof and conduct Winter Nights again. But no, that wasn't talked about. I went a couple years ago and I loved it. It was amazing. But as far as going this year, that wasn't even really kind of broached. And I was making plans about Feast of the Einherjar at Thorshof. So.
All right. Last question of the night. John V. Regarding universalism versus folkishism, could the two be reconciled by an allies of the AFA program, i.e., non-whites who are sympathetic to us, something like Judaism and their Noahide servants? No, and so here's the thing. We're very happy to have support from other people that may not meet our membership requirements. I appreciate their well wishes and them supporting stuff that we do. If they're not us and they're something other, they should seek their gods. They should honor their ancestors and their gods. And we don't want to distance them from that by trying to make them like, I don't know, unfulfilled supporters of Asatru, even though they can't practice. That seems like a raw deal for those guys, and that's not something we want to do for people who actually support us. If they're universalist because of other things that make them not compatible with folkishism and they support us, they should reconcile those things and try to fix the things that are broken, if that would put them in a spot to where they could one day be folkish. If they're just ideologically not folkish but want to support the AFA, I think that's a position that doesn't really exist in this day and age. I think if it's a matter of ideology, they just need to get their mind right and come onto the right team if that's the case. But no, I don't think we want to reconcile it that way. I think we want to reconcile it by getting those people to get their mind right and start flying the right way instead of being some kind of auxiliary group, if that makes sense. But it is once again about 5 hours into it. It's long and it is tiring, I'm not going to lie, but these are always so good, especially when we have Svan on. He brings so much to the program, and I mean it every time the King of Cheese asks me. I love doing these. I look forward to them all week. I'm always excited about Wednesdays. So thank you guys so much for all of your questions, all of your participation, the donations that we've gotten this evening, and special thanks to Svan. We love having you on. It's always great to talk to you, and you bring so much to the program. Thank you, Svan.
Thank you.
All right, guys. We will talk to you all next week, or I will talk to you guys next week. We'll have Svan on again in 2 weeks to discuss. In 2 weeks, Svan will be on discussing Baldur with us. And yeah, thank you guys so much for sticking with us. And
yeah, hail to everybody there.
There you go. So hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.